Hey VOD viewers, give me a moment. Ooh. Okay. Hello VOD viewers. It's been a few days, but we left some nice to-dos from last time. This is where we left it at last time. We'd implemented like this basic gun sprite and some spray, we got the mini-map set up and stuff. Very fancy, right? Beautiful. So, we had a few things I wanted to get done. A very fancy list of things to do. I wanted to experiment with making more guns. So right now we just have this like low accuracy Uzi thing. This implements something. Let's see if like zooming out even makes sense in this game. Either literally zooming the scope out or letting you see beyond the normal bounds. Like in a application, you know, if you hold this, you can see below the bottom of the screen. It would be nice to have something where you can aim the bullet pattern, like Counter-Strike style, where so it's consistent rather than random. And then also having the ability to blow stuff up would be cool, because then that gives us an opportunity to have dynamic levels, or at least allow people to like blow holes in the walls and then deal with those challenges. I don't think we added it here. But I wanted to implement A star. Even start with that. We'll see how I'm feeling. I wanted to put the gun in the HUD so you can switch between weapons. Experiment with enemy drops. Hey, Donut. Nice to see you. I got my you can't see my arm. I got blood taken earlier today. I'm getting an allergy test for everything because I want to see. I'm trying to work out if for the last decade I've either been horrifically lactose intolerant or just playing it up for attention. I think it's an allergy because antihistamines seem to block the symptoms, which is concerning. And I have a few other allergies that I want to get tested for. So they're doing the whole suite. It was very nice. I went to the Jeep. I cycled, very Dutch. Cycled to the house arts. Talked to a nice lady. And she was like, blah, 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 it will cost this much, we can do these tests, great. Gave me a barcode, bike 15 minutes up the road or whatever, I can go get your blood taken now, great. Went to go give myself brunch, it was very nice, went to a cafe, had some nice egg on toast, a little bit of cake, nice matcha, it was nice. Now we're here. I was just going through my list of stuff to do. I suspect I'm playing Apex later, so I think I might just not bother streaming Apex unless someone asks. Hey, Lindley. Because literally one person watched yesterday and then left after 2 minutes. So when people are like, "Oh, why aren't you streaming today?" They don't watch when I do. I might just not bother with the input lag. But then I'll need to start maybe capturing my own clips. There was a bunch of stuff. We've been playing a lot of Apex off stream recently. I've had some really cool moments that I just haven't recorded. So maybe I need to set up Shadowplay or something. How are you guys doing? You get my daylight face today, because it's actually, like 2. Anyway, hey Small. So yeah, we're gonna make some guns. Do some more stuff with guns, swapping between them and stuff, dropping them, whatever. This is an optimization we could do. But that's also an improvement. I wanted it so you can have some sort of basic depth. Game Maker, I remember, literally had a depth tied to objects, and it would draw them in that order, Painter style. So The deeper it was, the earlier it was drawn, if that makes sense. And I remember a classic trick in that was to do depth equals -y, because GameMaker had the y in the top left. So he made it so objects at the top were drawn before objects on the bottom, give you that pseudo 3D effect. So we can have something like that set up. To have it working with the spinning weapon, we'll have to do a little work, because I think the X and Y doesn't actually change as it rotates. It's actually rotating in the middle, and then we're offsetting it, so it looks like it's spinning around the player, but in reality it's not. So we'll have to do some depth calculation based on its angle. Shouldn't be too hard. You'll just have to say, what if I asked Willen to collab on your game dev or something? Your schedule completely different to us to begin with. Yeah, you're in Egypt, aren't you? Or have you moved, or am I misremembering? Anyway, that was one thing. This is polished, so this should be left off until way later. Right now, when the gun vibrates as you shoot it, it literally just goes up and down, with the same blink timer that is used when you take damage. So it makes you blink when you get hurt. That timer I'm just using as well to make the gun go in and out when you're shooting. On that, maybe guns should have some more stats on them, or states stored on them, like is firing and is trigger pulled, etc. So that's some an optimization maybe to help us with stuff in the future. We could think about that. Guns having pushback would be cool, so like when you shoot stuff or when they shoot you, or you shoot your own gun, if you shoot a big force of nature, it'd be cool if you can bounce back with it. Something to experiment with as we add more weapons. Maybe the big sniper rifle could knock you back. Maybe some guns have a right-click option, like the scope. Maybe the scope makes you go down into tripod mode and it stops you from getting knocked back as much. Useless, maybe. Bullets shouldn't go through walls, so we might have to do some work there. Override our collision detector. This will be a little expensive. Not terribly so, but right now the collision detection is only really happening for the player and the enemies, so suddenly it's going to happen for every bullet as well. It's not too cheap. Cheap enough. I'm just concerned when we start having like thousands of bullets, but that's for the future. I noticed a small visual bug. We made it so that if you're shooting, it reverses your animation. So it makes it look like if you're shooting and walking backwards, it looks like you're actually walking backwards, right? You see how her run animation is reversed when she's shooting? Normally it goes this way, and then it looks like that. I noticed it reverses when you're walking forwards too, so it looks funny. Like if you're walking forwards, it shouldn't be reversed. It should only be reversed if you're walking backwards. So that's something to think about. Oh yeah, the explode particles you just saw, they just go poof, fire across the screen. I think that's because they're really old. I think the particle system's from Woho 1. And we've obviously modified it for this engine, but stuff like the timing of when bullets spawn and the physics they're provided are in a different system, which is why they go flying. Oh, you haven't seen in a while, have you, Small? Oh, let me give you a run through. I don't know anyone else here. Sorry, let me check all the comments. I was just yapping. You're in Egypt, but you stream from 4 a.m? Same time zone and 1 hour different from the Netherlands, but you stream at night and you salute. Sorry, you stream from 4 a.m. to 9 to 10 a.m. I thought you were a student, or did you graduate? Right, so Small, I don't know when you were last here. This minimap we did last time, enemies have a bunch of states and stuff. So, you know, like they'll lose interest, or they'll see you, they'll get angry, they'll shoot, they'll move around. Green is when they're just running at you. You know, they'll strafe while they're shooting you. Your gun has a little random spread on it, and it's a gun. It's not a circle. You can see it firing like crazy. You can kill stuff off screen with it. Looking at the minimap. There's a minimap in general, like your health is tracked. You can switch guns here. Obviously it doesn't do anything, but that's in place. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know when else you were last here. You have to poof as your in-law is pulling up the elevator. Oh, good luck. Good luck, Lindley. Catch you. What, the throne? Cool, right, Small. If you're okay with the bullets being infinitely small, you can in theory do really cheap collision detection by checking if the exact tile they're on is solid. I think I might do that. I think for me, when I play these games, and you play games like Toho, the collision hull is never actually the same as the bullet. I'm kind of fine with the bullet getting destroyed if like half of it's over the tile, if that makes sense. Like if we had a giant bullet and it comes over here, and the origin of it is on a solid tile and it pops, I think that's okay for now. And you know, if it can kind of sneak through the odd gap here or there, that might be okay. Games like Isaac had shooting through corners, and obviously it was a bug, but I kind of liked it, if that makes sense. Like, it was a bit of jank, but I kind of liked it. Plus, right now, bullets come out the end of your gun, so you can fire over walls if your gun's long enough, which is an interesting balance point. I could obviously draw a line to the player and see if there's a collision in between, and then not fire a bullet. But I kind of like the idea of you being able to fire over small walls, like Warhammer style. Hello, Indie Vibes. You want to make an RPG in C++, but you don't know how to use C++. Where can you start and what library should you use? What programming languages do you know? That would be a good place to start. If you're starting from absolute zero, I'd recommend following a course in software and development first, and learn the basic ins and outs. But I mean, a game's a good place to start with software development if you don't know any language, because it's very visceral, right? You make stuff and you can see the effects. You know C#. You specifically want to use C++ to make a game? Because a lot of popular game engines use C#. Godot and Unity both use C#. If you specifically want to learn C++, I imagine there's courses for teaching C# developers C++. They're quite different. C++ is a lot lower level than C#. No, but you're not sure if you want to use an engine. I would say that you would really, potentially, depending on your general software engineering experience, you'd really struggle to make an engine if you don't know C++. One of the reasons that I'm using this framework that Donut made instead of having written my own was because when we started this project like 6 or 7 years ago, I had like pretty limited C++ experience. Like I made a mini golf game in Unreal Engine, and I did like a course at uni, and that was it at the time. I think even when we started this, I only had like a year or two's experience as a software developer professionally. And I'd been doing Java. Kotlin wasn't even fucking popular yet. So I was happy with that, because then I didn't have to worry about the intricacies of drawing triangles to the screen. And I mean, I've kind of kept that up. I'm still using Donut's library because it's convenient for me. It gives me the low-level access I need of not having an actual engine. Like, it still gives, I get to fuck around with like doing logic, but I don't have to worry about actually linking that to the hardware, if that makes sense. Like, I don't have to worry about how the sprite is translated to the graphics card or like the software rendered. I don't give a shit. I tell his engine, can you please, or his framework, can you please draw a rectangle at this position on the screen, and it does it. I don't have to worry about splicing this into 2 triangles and sending that off or whatever. What made you not want to use an engine? I think making an engine is a project. It's a whole project in of itself. I mean, Donut's been under this. I've been using his. I keep talking about it. His project. His is quite extreme example. All of this work that I'm building my stuff on top of. This has taken him years as well, like full time. If you go back and look at the version of libdonut I used like 6 or 7 years ago, it was a lot more basic. Still quite good. Like, it had the loops, it had update, tick, draw or display. But like this is a shit ton of work. It would be a really challenging project to start with. I'm sure very interesting, and I would like to one day. I'm thinking I'm thinking when I finish this, my next project would be to do a Minecraft clone to try and learn OpenGL. I've always wanted to do that, and I've watched quite a few dev guides where people have done that. I think that would be a fun challenge. Voxel rendering in 3D to learn some OpenGL stuff, and learning the challenges of like drawing transparent stuff and We've already got chunking kind of sorted here, but, you know, loading stuff from a chunk and, you know, doing all the fun graphics effects that you can do in games like Minecraft, like mid mapping and normal mapping and drawing shadows and lighting and real-time lighting. That stuff would be cool, but that'll be a project for like the future when I'm a bit more, my beard's a bit bigger. Godot lets you choose between C# and C++. Yeah. But it depends. What's your goal? If you want to make a game, if you want to make a game like now, like you have an idea for what game you want to make, you could just go with an engine, just because it's you put your sprites in and you write some code to make the sprites move around, and that's about it. It's cheap as chips. I like the intricacies of fucking around with like systems and components and physics and collision detection and level generation and all of this. I enjoy building this middle layer. I don't know what you'd call it. Building part of an engine, certainly, but not actually dealing with the super low level stuff. You have to worry about this 12-year-old NVIDIA driver bug you discovered a week ago where it always reports the frame buffer as linear instead of sRGB. Awesome. I like the idea of being like, I'm going to come up with I'm going to write an A-star algorithm, because there's no pathfinding. That doesn't exist. Donut hasn't written one in his framework. It'd be a bit much. Maybe he'll add one day, but like, you know, I like the idea of looking up a pathfinding algorithm, implementing that myself with my own objects, entities, and then seeing that work. I don't want to use an engine because I don't want that solved for me. There's certain problems I enjoy and certain ones I don't. Which is why I get pissed off at Donut, and if you're watching these VODs and you're like, why is he so angry at this man doing all this work? It's because, like, I enjoy the challenge and sort of solving problems, and when it's just solved for you, it's like someone saying, look, I bought you a jigsaw puzzle and also I completed it for you. Here you go. It's like, what am I meant to do with this? You've done it for me. This isn't... Okay. I guess I could break it up and try doing it myself, looking at your solution, but it's not the same. You get what I mean? I've had colleagues asking me like why I'm not using AI in my game project, and I literally gave them that example. I was like, why would I delegate the fun bit? The robot's meant to like fold my laundry and do the dishes and like test if I've got like lactose intolerance in my blood. I don't want it writing my collision detection for me. I don't want my like brain to rot away that quickly. Here's your new Lego set. I actually do have a Lego set I need to do. I bought a Game Boy Lego set. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. Trying to make sure you don't make the wrong work. But remember, Donut, failure is often the best way to learn. For me, like I learn by making mistakes and resolving it. That jump between doing it wrong and then seeing it fixed is how I learn. And then I refine that by like teaching it. It's for sure, but it's very slow. But that's me. That's me. You're watching this is my free will. I'm enacting on my free will to do this. I could also go pick my nose and play RuneScape. I don't have to sit here like doing any of this. It's free will that I'm even streaming this. Most people don't stream their hobby projects like this. Like, because let's say for example the camera system, right? We were talking about how the lerping thing is technically incorrect to lerp your camera position from your player position, and how it's better to use the exponential calculation. You can say that to me just from a blank sheet and I'll be like, okay, fine, but it doesn't mean anything. But the fact that I've implemented it incorrectly, seen the weird blur that it causes, and felt, oh, this is a little wrong, and had to think about how I could improve it, and then you're coming up with a solution, and then I implement that again, and then we see, oh, this is how that's better. I now know that. Like, it's in my head. Same thing with, like, you know, when you're learning to program and you start writing everything as, like, a big if-else loop, or before you start looping stuff, you just write everything in these big if-else chains, and then you learn, oh, shit, that could be much shorter. I can just one-line that with a conditional or of whatever. You learn from your previous mistakes, because your really basic programs as a junior would be really long and hard to read. You go back and you'll be like, oh, that's stupid. If you hadn't mentioned the X thing, it might have taken you months or years to come across the same video explaining it. Yeah, I'm fine with that, but I'm glad that I implemented it incorrectly first because I learned why it was valuable. You know, it's good to know why you do things. Both rots your brain and does code in a way that's not correct or helpful. The only time you use AI is to look over errors, it's good at finding them. It's got its values. So I tried using it at work the other day because I'm a professional software engineer and my career depends on pretending that I do use it. And I had it's quite a complex job. We have this rather complicated architecture, and we needed to split something at the bottom that had been hard-coded to have 2 variables. I wanted to split that into n number of variables with some conditions, and it involved basically refactoring a lot of this stack above it. It took quite a lot of thought. And out of curiosity, I was like, how would the robot solve this? Because it's quite complex, it requires a lot of context, and you need to look at the rest of our project, which is fucking huge, to understand how we'd normally do things. And it suggested just putting pointers fucking everywhere, which is something we do not do at all. And it started using this really weird C++ like 17 syntax that I'd never seen and we don't use in our project, which I'm sure was technically functional. Its code did work, but if I'd have just put this on GitHub, the people reviewing would be like, "What the fuck is this? Why have you written it this way? This makes no sense." So while it literally did the job, I could imagine if you built your entire code base with that, it would be an absolute mess. And there's very good reasons we do things in certain ways. We need to teach new people to use our code base every now and then. We can't have it be this hyper complex thing. It needs to have reasonable structure. There's a reason we don't use pointers everywhere, because it's so easy to slip up and make a mistake. And if we're shipping these products out and we want them to sit in the field for years, with just having even the 1% risk that something goes wrong there is not worth it. We have we use what is it? We use like a standard optional wrapper around like a reference something. I can't remember the exact structure, but there's some STD reference wrapper or something. Some system we use that works for us, and we use that. But yeah, do you think that there's a way to make games without using an engine, using C# and monogame? Oh, indie games. If you want to make an engine, absolutely go for it. Like if you're passionate and you're interested in learning about this stuff, do it. Absolutely go for it. You can certainly just make some bare bones stuff. Isn't optional reference wrapper just a pointer in a suit? Yes, it is basically a pointer in a suit, but that suit is important because it's the style we use in the entire rest of the code base, and it should match. It makes something stick out. It's got an extra ball, fine, but it makes it stick out as like this is like a potentially dangerous thing, and it makes it a little bit harder to go wrong. And for whatever reason, you know, this system is like 10, 15 years old at this point, maybe some parts of it. I don't know when reference wrappers came out. Maybe that was 2011. Maybe it was 2017. I don't know. At some point they started using those, and they basically just said use that instead of pointer. Whatever. I'm not here to explain the decisions of people with 30 years of experience more than the both of us. Not that experience, like years of experience, matters always. Obviously, you learn what you learn at the start quite quickly, and then it's a little heavier to learn stuff as you go on, so you get a lot of older engineers using rather outdated practices, maybe even using like C-style casts. So I'm not saying that 30 years more experience is all their credentials, but I'm saying like these people are so much smarter than me. If they say something with such gusto, and I ask them if the other alternative's worth it, and they say not in our system, I kind of have to take their word on it at some point. Keep it simple. You write it, and if it works smooth without the need for micro-optimization, you go for it. I like that bucket. If you can't understand it, you can't maintain it. Yeah. I think we all go through that phase as newer devs, right? Like when you start and you learn about all these amazing one-line optimizations, you're like, oh, my code must be good because it's smaller. And then you like work a real job and you find out that everyone is just writing things as plain as possible. Like that for loop is expanded. It's very legible. every variable name is nice and long and understandable, hopefully. And then when someone tries to do a push and they've called their variable, you're like, what is this? Give it a proper name. I'm a massive proponent of do it basic and shit. If it's something that needs to run 1 trillion times a second and be fast, then fine. That's a good place for micro optimizations. The collision detection code, I think, was a perfectly fine place to start writing some super small things. But even then, like, you know, variable names, the whichever part of the build system it is that just the compiler, or is that the linker, or whoever transfers it from the human name to just some internal variable name? Hey, that just gets crushed down to something tiny, right? The compiler will optimize better than you most of the time. So just write it nice and easy for people. If I remember correctly, Unreal Engine had amazing collision detection. I remember really being impressed with it in UE4. And if I remember correctly, that's one of those parts of the engine that they spent the most time building, and a lot of it's written in like assembly, because they were trying to get like every percentage of performance out of it. And it's so funny that you Unreal Engine has this tendency for people to make these terribly optimized games where it has some of the probably some of the best written code in a commercial, publicly available product, like sitting in that repo. Some of the most efficient shit. And like people come out with like these asset flip games that run like shit. It's so funny. Like under the hood, there is some incredible work done on the Unreal Engine. Oh, it's amazing. It does the advantage that it can't possibly represent in a survey. It's a bit more precise. You should see the average PBR shader variable names. What the difficulties I have with reading some of these algorithms on Wikipedia and implementing them is I have to spend a little bit more mental energy mapping these names to something. Whereas if it had a more obvious name, I think my brain would follow a bit easier. I think I might be actually quite stupid. I'm just very persistent. I can't keep that much in my temporary RAM in my head. So the more I can group together, the better. And so having a name that's hard to parse is taking up like a slot in my head. I think I have like 3 slots in my head instead of 5 for like things I can do at once. Hey TF0, we've successfully been streaming for 30 minutes and I've written no code. How are you? H low H n dot v. Well, I'm guessing that's n dot product of v, but I have no idea. You were a developer that worked in the 70s and he wrote variables of 1 letter. Oh. Yeah, collision code does have to be micro-optimized, but variable names definitely. Yeah. You wrote the developer that works in the... The only reason they should write stuff with tiny variable names is because of file space. Yeah, I mean, if you're doing a code golf and you're trying to fit something in like a kilobyte, then yeah, micro-optimize that. Ideally, if you're doing a code golf or you're writing in a modern system for an old system, you'd write your code with very long explicit names, and then you'd have a parser that transfers that into much smaller, like a compressor. It would, turn all your variable names into like 1 or 2 byte versions. I'm a real dev streamer. I've been watching a lot of indie dev stuff recently. I've been watching the Goblin Clean Up an Isle Goblin guy, because I was looking for. I've been obsessed with Pathfinding recently, and I will just start with A star. Don't worry. But I've just been obsessed with the idea that if you can fuck around with a heuristic, you can make it super efficient for really niche things. I know that A star is like almost always good. I really like the idea of this like jump point algorithm and like chunking, and I think it's really interesting. And he had a video on how he'd implemented some form of like lower resolution of A star where you zoom out to like the chunk level and you pathfind over that first. Not a big deal for us. I mean, I just think it's cool. But yeah, I started watching him on that. He's very entertaining. I respect electrical engineers. I have a few of his colleagues. They're insanely smart. The 2 H's probably mean different things. Halfway vector Hammersley sequence. I don't even know what a Hammersley sequence is. You made a bytecode to data compiler for a card system we had, and you literally had to spend an hour understanding one function's variable names. Like then they didn't have parsers, even then, so we wrote them manually that way and kept mental track of what they meant. It is funny how things move on, right? the things we take for granted. I've mentioned in the past that maybe not even mentioned in the past, but when I first started using Visual Studio Code, I'd come from using regular Visual Studio and like IntelliJ and like these big IDEs with these powerful templating tools and like the ability to refactor across all files nice and easily. And I think I was frighteningly restricted on that. Like, I think I relied on it way too much, and I didn't understand a lot of basic stuff in code because it was just generated by the IDE. You just never think about it. You don't write your main. Your main's already written for you when you start a new project. So it was difficult for me to get started using what is essentially, this is just Notepad with some plugin. This doesn't even work, by the way. Like, I try and refactor, it fails. Holy shit, refactoring worked. Guys, it's fixed. Wait, hang on. Oh my god, refactoring got fixed. Yes! So, for the last, like, year, F2 hasn't worked. I don't know why. Has it fixed now? Hang on, maybe they fixed it. Okay, never mind. But, yeah, refactoring's been broken for, like, a year, and I just got used to it. But because we're using this basic system of VS Code, I learn a lot more of the nuance, and, like, you know, you're fucking jumping between header and source. Fine, I've got a fucking shortcut for that. But if I want to make a new file, I got to make a new file and set up the fucking header. And yeah, there's plugins. I might even have one to like update the. Do I have header guard? No, I have one at work that just sets the header guard to the name of the file. Holy shit! You've hosted a .001 game on VPS. VPS is for public IP. Clients move and shoot and sync and kill each other. Dude, that's awesome. Nice networking. Why using C++ don't we use C# for game development? You can use any language for game development, but C++ is definitely more common than C#. Unless Unity is really quite that big. Maybe. Most studios that have their in-house engine were using C++. Anything from before Unity's popularity will pretty much be in C++. Super common. Memory management's an incredible tool. Are we doing some, like, STD moves in here? I don't know. We had another, like, lecture discussion meeting at work about memory management and, like, L&R values or whatever, and fucking the copy constructor, you know, when you have like the double ampersands, when you want to construct something in a temporary function once and then steal ownership of that variable in like a structure, what's returning from that function, but without having to copy that again, if that makes sense. Because normally in a function, if you return something, if you just return a reference to something you construct in the function, you're returning a reference to something that is unknown. You know, that memory might have been gone. Something needs to have ownership of that memory and out of that scope of that function. So usually you return like a copy out of the function, and when you do that, you construct it in the function. You construct a temporary variable when you're returning it, perhaps. And then you copy it into a file. There's like 3 copies for one object, but then with memory or with movement semantics, you can construct it once in the function and then steal ownership on when you're returning it, or when you're accessing it on that return. And it only has 1 copy. So if you're constructing some huge object like a bitmap, like a gigabyte image, you only have to copy it once. That sort of stuff you can only do in C++ and maybe Rust. If you can make a game fully fledged in Rust, I'm insanely impressed. I know there's like a popular engine for it, but Rust is so difficult. Change 2 lines of code and ClangD will forget everything because the project's in compiling state and finished indexing. Oh, maybe. In C++ 17, that pattern is guaranteed to have return value optimized. That's really good. Moving manually can prevent the optimization. Oh, that's really good to know. Thanks, Donut. That's good for our projects that are in 17. We have some that are still much older. Our main repo, I think, is 17 though. Yeah. C# are front engine for engines like Unity. C++ is more common for in-house. C++ is a lot more performant, yeah. You can certainly make good games with C#. I mean, look at any game made in Unity or Godot. Pretty sure Slay the Spire 2 is made in that, and they definitely don't care that they're using C#, if they are. Maybe they're using C++, I don't know. It's all about what you want. I'm doing this as a project to learn more about lower level programming. So I like the nuance of C++ in this case. You somewhat prefer C to C++ because the simplicity is something you value. You like knowing what everything you're using under the hood does without having to search through external code. I think that's valid. I would like to try a little C project at some point. I was watching some videos about some of the nuances between, what is it, C89 and like 98 or whatever, like some of the older popular ones, and then since then you've also gotten like 11 and 23 or something. I don't remember. There's like 4 major versions of C. I think I'd like to use something like that, just to learn a bit, for fun. Have I used Panda 3D? I haven't used Panda 3D. I don't know what it is. The value returned by generate level right there. Generate level. This thing. Yeah. Yeah, this would have been a good spot to pre C++ 17 have some move semantics in place. Hang on. What do you mean it doesn't match? Of course it matches. Your 2D game doesn't need to be super performant. Oh no, I mean you could have written my game in GameMaker. But I'd like it to be super performant. I don't know about you. I've got a fucking 360 hertz monitor. There's like no games that make use of that. Nuclear Throne runs at like 60 FPS. I want to play a fucking roguelite shooter that plays at 2000 FPS. That sounds amazing, doesn't it? What's your executable file size? I have no idea. I've been building for debug this whole time, so I'm assuming that includes debug symbols. I don't know how much space dsims take up. I know at work I normally just use roll with debinfo because these chips have fucking no memory on them. The flash size is fucking tiny. Where even is it? Just build in woho.exe. This is, I guess, a debug exe. What did I just do? No, not rename. How do I inspect you? Maybe just copy path. What's how do I inspect something in terminal? I know you can just ls in. Oh, here we go. Does ls give you the size? No. Oh, it does. Length. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. It's like a megabyte. Reveal in File Explorer. I mean, yeah, that works. You can't see that. It's yeah, it's 9,000 kilobytes, which is honestly, it sounds fucking huge to me, but I guess that's programming that's pretty small. That PDB, the debugs thing, is 344,000 kilobytes. Yeah, about 9. Weird. In Windows, this is different. Why is that? Is length is maybe not the same. This is some computer science thing, right? So like Windows size is using like a kilobits, and then this is kilobytes or something. I don't fucking know. That stuff. Yeah, hang on. This is 9,000 bytes, which is actually 8.62 megabytes. 8.62 megabytes. Sorry, this is 9 million bytes. Oh, I guess this is truncated. Windows says this is 9 million bytes. Yeah, it's about 9 megabytes. KB versus Kilo versus KB. I always forget. I plug in a new fucking hard drive, it says it's a terabyte, and it's actually like 800 gigs or whatever. This stuff is so stupid. I wish we'd just... I know that the manufacturers do this stuff, so it makes it seem like they're selling more, and they rely on that confusion. But I wish we'd just fucking decided, like Kelvin. You know, everyone's like, there's some absolute measurement. Everyone knows what a fucking Kelvin is. 0, nothing, 1,000, quite a bit. Why do we not have like a fucking Kelvin byte? KB. I bet the K can be back to front. And it can mean how many wohos, how many woho.exes is your game. But it changes every time I recompile the binary. It's nice to have a game that runs fast and clean, yeah. Here goes a game that's 96 kilobytes, which is a whole 3D game. Oh yeah, this is not optimized, and this is a debug build. I haven't done any optimization on the file size because I don't need to right now. That's like an end of project thing. The stream you're watching right now, every frame is 6,000 kilobytes. So, you know, a couple minutes of this, that's like the whole game, or even less than that. Hang on, did we say it was 6 million kilobytes? It's quite a lot of seconds. Yeah, Holy See. We love Holy See. You work on a game in Lua. Gary's mod Lua. 400,000 lines, it's like 3,000 files. Being able to know what every line of code does makes you feel very productive when you work on new stuff. Oh, yeah. It's hard because pages are really 4096 bytes, not 4,000, so counting in MIB and GIB makes more sense in some cases. That's true. That's true. It's complicated, right? You hear it, you understand it, and then a week later, I don't know about you, it comes out of one ear. And I remember it next time we have to think about it. Like the small things I can remember. There's a byte. That's a byte. Nice and easy to remember. 2 bytes? 2 bytes, buddy. Alright. Anyway, you're telling me that this statically defined local function int is fucking locally scoped int has extra fucking boolean on it to work out if it's been initialized yet? Oh, my space. Love Source Engine, highly optimized for Intel HD graphics. Yeah, TF2 ran pretty well on graphics cardless systems, I remember. You just couldn't put anti-aliasing on. You code search on a function in your code and read it and change it if you need to. Oh yeah. Having control on stuff's good. Sorry, I'm getting so off track. It's been 42 minutes. I had stuff to do. Let's do some programming. Look, game. Look in the corner. Look. Flashing lights. We're gonna do stuff, all right? I promise you. It's fucking 3 o'clock. I was gonna do so much stuff today. It's not just your fault, Donut. I might just be a yapper. Focus. Oh yeah, chat. I was talking at the very start. This is completely irrelevant and immediately off track topic, but I had an allergy test earlier today, so I'm waiting to find out the results. I lost at least 2 vials of blood today, so maybe that's why I'm crazy. Some lady took it. She just went mine now and then kicked me out. And they're gonna run some tests on it. Don't know what that means. She did make fun of me though because I like pulled up my sleeve like this, and she was like, "It's not a vaccination," and I was like, "Oh yeah," and then she did like the. I hate needles. Not that difficult actually. I think the lady this time who took my blood was really good at it because the last time it took her like 4 goes. She might have just been like a student. This lady was like, nice vein you got there. I've been told that. I've been told I've got really good veins. Anyway, I don't have any undiagnosed ADHD. Don't think about it. We're going to do some programming. Oh, your grandmother had one of those when she was young. She had to stick a bunch of needles in your back with stuff you're allergic to. Yeah, you can get patch tests. One of my friends had one, and he got like the 50 test or whatever, where you get like 50 things, and he was allergic to like most of them. And also the patches, I think maybe. Might have skewed it. I don't remember. Look at programming. Let's make. Okay, well, we're gonna make guns. All right, we're gonna make guns. Or we're gonna do A star. Chat, would you like us to implement the A-star pathing algorithm or a rocket launcher that blows up walls? They'll both take a while. You get to vote. You get to vote. They both need to be done, so it's just what do you want to see? Pathing. Rocket launcher, alright. UE5 so bad people call it an optimized engine. UE5's a fantastic engine, but it's really difficult to use, and a lot of people don't get full training on it. They just go in and they don't use it in the proper way. A good example of that, I'm sorry I'm going off topic again, but this is important. UE Engine 5 in the collision detection tool, these are two floors, right? This is the floor, and there's a gap in between. And this is a big object, right? This is my player, whatever. Unreal Engine, in the collision detection code, you can decide how small of a gap you want to test for, right? So you could say, for example, that this block, this player, if he's this thin, he might never fall in this hole because you set that minimum size really big. So I considered this like a flat plane. Likewise, you can set it astronomically thin, so it's checking for collisions like insanely often, at like all these millions of points on the bottom. And as he's going along, he notices the hole like in 50 different ways. They restricted this to let you only go so small. You can't, they say, for example, check for a collision this small. Because people were just setting that number as small as possible and wondering why their game was lagging. They were like, obviously I want my collision detection to be as precise as possible, so I'm going to set that precision to be as fine as possible. I want to be able to detect like a fart out of a rat's ass. Even though it's irrelevant for most games. You know, like the player hull is never going to fall in a hole this big, right? So they clamped it. Which was fine for most games. But when I came to making my fucking mini golf game, where I was literally stitching levels together, so they were within microns of each other, or like a floating point rounding error apart, my ball, so that the player is a golf ball, occasionally, you know, the ball would normally roll around just fine. But if you had just the right frame, that rat's fart, like this, it would just, boop, just like that. And your ball would be rolling between these stitched together levels and just go vroom, up into the sky. Like, vroom, like that. And the only way to fix it was for me to, like, download the source and to make my own fork of Unreal Engine that removed that clamp. Because in my game, it was not a big performance deficit, and I actually did need to check rather precise, not only a little bit more than the clamp, mind you. And then that completely resolved my problem. But that problem I had was because people were incorrectly using Unreal Engine, and the devs were like, I think the function that let you pass in like some number, like how small you want to get, but internally it clamped that to like a much bigger number. So it looked like you were passing in the precision you want, and it was just silently ignoring it. It doesn't help that Epic tried to get you to use it the wrong way. Oh yeah, they could have been better documented and described, but the fact that other people misusing the engine caused me trouble is one of the things I don't like about game engines, and it's one of the reasons that I think people write bad games in Unreal Engine, because they don't understand what they're doing. They see a number that says, make it better, and they do it without thinking about what better means. Does this take performance hit? A durable documentation. I remember struggling with the documentation for UE5. Also because it uses a lot of like mirrors of the standard C++ library. Like there's a Unreal vector, which is a little different to an STD vector. And you end up using a lot of their tools, because to interact with their APIs, you normally need to use their data types. Maybe I'd like to try Godot. Too many features at the start, not knowledge about features people need. It's very easy to get lost. Sorry, we had 2 for pathing and 1 for rocket launcher. So how about we do pathing, and then if we have time, we'll do rocket launcher. How about that? We do A star. Let's do A star. Look, we're going to close all our windows. Start fresh. We have an enemy system. I hope you can hear me over the music. I imagine you can. Black's engine. It's a hybrid of Unity and UE. I haven't heard of it. That sounds insane. It's a hybrid. In what way? Unused variable. All right. You can barely hear the music. Oh yeah. How about now? This has been playing this whole time. If you've just been listening to me ramble in silence, I thank you. Anywho, right now, when the enemy wants to move towards the player, he literally gets the player's position. It's not even the player, it's a target. But in this case, the target's always the player. Gets the target, gets their transform, so their XY position, and then sort of holds the control like a virtual joystick in that direction. And by doing it this way, the enemy's able to move using our normal like physics system, right? We have a couple of layers of physics here. We have well, we have literally a physics system. Hang on. All this crap. So like linear velocity and collision detection and force. Their mass is taken into account. So enemies move in kind of a reasonable way. And as they're colliding, they will collide with each other and they'll push each other apart a little bit. As they collide with a wall, they'll stop moving. So the way we have been using the movement system has been quite nice. You see them moving around, quite handy. Obviously, they get stuck on stuff, though, right? So having the ability to path around will be handy. Ignore the fact that the rats are currently like 32 by 32 pixels and not 16 by 16. But for this A-star thing, I might have to redraw the enemy sprite to be 16 by 16. That's fine. This is placeholder art that the enemies are. They're very old sprites. They're from COVID. They're very cute. The enemies and the player run around as freely as they like, but the world is mapped to this 16 by 16 grid of tiles. So I think writing an implementation of A-star should be pretty easy. The idea is going to be, for now, I'm just going to ignore. I'm going to temporarily disable this direct pathing 2 system. You see here, he's holding a sort of joystick in our direction. He updates that about every half a second or so. So he doesn't move directly at you. He moves sort of smoothly at you. We're going to replace that with some sort of A-star. And it's going to be rather strict at first, I think. Let me think, actually. How do we want to do this? If we literally set their X and Y coordinate to run along an A-star path, they'll look quite rigid, and they wouldn't really be conforming to our physics system. So one thing I might do is, as they discover a path, I might set the center of those tiles along the way as their target. That way I can actually reuse the current system where they move towards the target, but instead of the target being the player, the target would be a list of like the 17 blocks in the way. And then that way they can still make use of the collision detection and all that, and the physics. And move smoothly. That's kind of the main thing. You see that they have a bit of ramp up and friction and stuff. That's how we do pathfinding, yeah. And obviously you can optimize that. You can, for example, if you see loads of dots in a row, you could optimize that to just be a line, like one dot at the start and one dot at the end. That's an optimization. We're not going to bother with that right now. I'm sure there's a very simple algorithm for it, but let's keep it even more simple and just go with generate. Sorry, I'm trying to take a picture because then I can mention what I'm talking about. I know you guys are like a lot of you guys are software engineers, but I think a lot of people watching might not be. So just keeping that in mind, I'm just gonna do this. Just because it's nice to teach, right? If you're watching this like on a YouTube VOD or something, let me know if you're not an engineer. What software I'm using for sprite creation? I'm using Aspirate. This is made in GameMaker, by the way. Aspirate. It's an awesome tool. I fucking love it. It's awesome. It's really cheap on Steam, but you can also get it for free if you compile it from source on GitHub. I'd recommend just buying it. Aspirate, yeah. There's even a mobile port, I think. Someone made an Android version. I don't know how updated it is. Sorry, this enemy should be way further away. Let's say the enemy's over here, and there's just this in the way. We have our level grid, like this. Oh, it's actually nice that the player's kind of sitting on the grid. You can see this, right? I'm over-explaining. Like, we could implement this in, like, not much time, I think, but I just enjoy drawing. You get the idea. My understanding of the A-star algorithm is that you have a start position somewhere. Let's say it's where... I hope you can see the screen. It's where the rat is. Let's say the rat is on this tile. And you have a target position. Let's say that's over here. That's where the player is. And the point of the algorithm is that you use a couple of numbers to determine a path. To determine a path to check for. Obviously, the way the current system works is it just draws a line straight at the player. What color can you even see here? Can you see purple? Currently, it just draws a line between them. But if there's a wall in the way, let's say that these blocks here are walls, our current collision detection fails. What we really want is something that draws a line like this, and then a line like this. And that's what A-star can do for us. And whether it does it like this or like this, I don't care. It doesn't matter. Essentially, you color the spaces around you, and you mark them as distance from your target. That's your heuristic. It's pretty common in game dev, I think, to use Manhattan distance. That is, if you were a taxi driver going through American blocks, you drive like this or whatever, or like this. That's the Manhattan distance. So I think it doesn't do diagonals. That's the point. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm doing this from memory. But you basically drive like a little car and you say it's this far, it's this far, it's this far. And that's one number. I'll Google what the number is and what you call it in a second. Maybe that's G or something, I don't remember. You label that as distance to your target. So in this case, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, maybe. 8 or 9. And then you also have a distance from the source, same way. So this is just 2, I guess. And then I think you calculate those together as like your total weight. Manhattan's without diagonals, yeah. That's the weight of this square. And you perform this weight calculation for everything. And eventually you'll have one that is the smallest weight, or a few. And you color that in. And then you do that check again. And then you do that check again. And you do that check again. And eventually you build up this list of paths to make. And A-star is... I think if there is a path to be found, it is guaranteed to find one of the shortest ones. Like, there could be 2 shortest that are the exact same distance. I think it just picks the first one. You know, if the player is here... if the player's like right in front of you here or here, obviously there's 2 perfect paths to him. It just picks one. But the idea is pretty simple, right? You just say how close it is and then it finds it. Short enough path, yeah. There's a problem with that. If there's no path, like if the player's enclosed, the A-star algorithm, I think by default, will then flood fill the entire map and be a little slow. Not a concern right now, because our level is guaranteed to be traversable. However, enemies sometimes spawn inside walls. So there is a chance that if enemies spawn inside a wall, that it will freeze the game. So keep that in mind. But for now, there's no intraversable sections that enemies and players will both be in, so this should be okay for now, not an issue. What you can also do is set like a max. You know, we can just say, check up to this distance from us, and if we don't find it, just don't move. Or default to moving at the player, for example. There's things you can do. And yeah, I mean, as you guys are saying, there's ways to optimize this. You can jump over open areas of space. You can adjust how you construct that heuristic. Instead of using Manhattan distance, you can use some other algorithm. You can add a bit of fuzziness, so it's not perfect. You want them to sometimes take a slightly slower path. You can do that. There's all you can do, but the base algorithm's pretty simple. You just calculate the distance from this tile to yourself and the target, and you go there. It's pretty easy. Wish you could share images because you have both as an implementation in your custom navigation system. Cool. Direct nav mesh methods. Yeah, so what I should also say is the game is procedurally generated. So if we're very smart in the distant future, I'm sure there's a way to produce a nav mesh of the level, or at least split the level up into rooms and allow the A-star algorithm to check between chunks or rooms or whatever. And there's all sorts of stuff we could do. But those are all details. You're trailing, but it has to be some shady website. You can put them on Discord if you can get on the Discord. You can just put it there. Images. What you should do is use the algorithm to pre-generate a nav mesh that the entities reverse instead of prevent mass lag. Yeah, that's an optimization. There's all sorts we can do. One thing to keep in mind right now is enemies are only going to check to path to you if they're nearby. So you'll have a limited number of checks, and this check will only happen every xth of a second. It's not going to happen every single tick. It's going to happen, let's say, every half a second. And it's a pretty quick algorithm. So for now, let's not worry about the optimizations. Let's just try and get something in place. And then once we've got something in place, we can fiddle with it. That being said, there is an algorithm on Wikipedia. Pretty simple. And Donut also sent me an example from his. I don't remember what... You said that there was something you fixed in on your algorithm that the Wikipedia one misses out on. Like some basic data type or optimization. Let me see. When did you link it to me? It was a while ago, maybe. Basically, I was on the train the other day for like 3 hours, so I was reading about algorithms, pathfinding algorithms, and I got really into it, and I was spamming him. Kay sent it to me. It's probably about 30 lines or something. Let's see. It was something you'd done wrong the first time. It's not something different from Wikipedia. Okay. He's got some boilerplate. So he's written up... Oh, do you perform a diagonal... Yeah, I guess the way that you weigh your diagonals really changes how the enemy's path. Your heuristic function was messed up, basically. Okay. So if you just use Manhattan distance, enemies will consider something diagonal to them as being 2 away, because it's 1 to the right and then 1 up, for example. What you can also do is check diagonally as well, of course, and then how you determine that diagonal adjusts. So yeah, you can just say 14. He said the approximation of square root squared multiplied by is 14, you know, like it's if your cost straight is 1, then yeah, 10, then 14. There's maths you can do, and this is one of those things in programming where the fucking square root function is just fucking coming into play, and there's optimizations you can do because you don't actually want to do square root constantly, or not that it changes. I guess you could definitely just if it's const expert, you could just calculate it once. Doesn't matter. No, I'm yapping. He's got some const explorers for the costs. He's got an array set up with how you map from the direction you take to the cost. So to the right is cost 1, to the upright is cost diagonal, and so on. He's got a function that performs that you pass in a position, and it'll tell you the heuristic, the cost heuristic of getting there. It's got some hashing function. I'm sure we'll come into that in a moment. IVEC2 hash. Fine. And he's got a position with cost function where you pass in a position. Sorry, what does it do? What does position? Oh, it's a struct. Struct position with cost. So I guess it's just a pair of position and how much it costs to get to. And he's overridden the less than, or the comparator operator. What would you call this? Less than operator. I don't know. He's overridden that, and it just checks to see if two blocks that you're looking at have different costs, and it gives you the one with the smaller cost. Oh, he's using a priority queue. Maybe that was it. Is that what you adjusted? Project resistance. And so his algorithm. Let's have a look. I mean, I can paste this into chat. We can have a read. I wanted to try and implement it myself first, but if I just put it in chat, it makes me just use it. That makes sense. Does that make sense? Like, I wanted to kind of solve it. Because this stuff's available online. You can just Google this. Essentially, you have as you're exploring, so I can bring back the image. I think you can see it. You have this frontier that you're calculating, and Wikipedia had like a few other words for it. But basically, the furthest place that you've checked so far, so let's say we've checked all the way over here, this check we're performing now, this is the frontier. This is the head of the path, I think. So as long as we're not actually at our destination, we're checking here. We check our neighbor based on where we're going to look. We calculate a new cost. Actually, reading his code and trying to explain it is stupid. Maybe I'm gonna show the Wikipedia just because it's pretty basic, right? Wikipedia, A star. God, I've got such a nerdy fucking search history. It just came up with what was that? Quad tree, whirly noise, Brenstron's line algorithm. When did I become like this? Smoothed over nearest node algorithm. Smoothed over nearest node algorithm. Hang on, I just wanted to post the pseudocode off Wikipedia because is this correct? Because it explains it better than I can, if that makes sense. Obviously, you can also read the Wikipedia yourself, but I just want to show how simple this stuff can be. So obviously they've got loads of notes, like comments, but if you removed all the comments, this is like 10 lines of code, right? A star is beautifully simple. So you have a function where you pass in your start and your goal, and H is your heuristic. So from the start to the end, that's the Manhattan distance, okay? I think. Or it's a heuristic. You can adjust that if your heuristic wants to be more complex. If you want to use a different pathfinding algorithm to create this, I don't know. If you want to, for example, the heuristic, I don't know how you do this exactly, but you can change the cost if you want to make it less likely to path over it. So if there's like quicksand in between, and you want them to path over it if they have to, but preferably find a way around, you make the quicksand a little bit more expensive, so it's more likely to check like the neighbor. But if it checks 50 quicksands in a row, it'll just take the first one. It's a cool little function. So those little yellow mold things move around. Sick. Yellow mold things. Okay, anyway, the set of discovered nodes that might need to be re-expanded. I don't know what that means. Weird. Initially, only the start node is known. This is normally a min heap or a priority queue rather than a hash set. So yeah, we'll be using a priority queue. I think that's what Donut used. I think that's correct here. There's a nice priority queue in the standard library. So we start off at our player's position. In from N is the node immediately preceding it from the cheapest path from the start to end currently known. So, fine. This is weirdly written, I'm going to be honest. Came from equals an empty map. The idea is we're saying where you just came from. So this is the reverse. So if we're pathing forwards, if this is our current spot, this blue, then came from is going to be this, and it will lead back to here, and it will lead back to here. So you can reconstruct your path backwards, maybe. G-score N is the currently known cost of the cheapest path. Came from is an equivalent of my previous position. Gotcha. So this is the score of the path so far. So as we're traversing along, that number will get up because it costs to move. Map with default of infinity. Fine. Makes sense. How cheap a path could be from start to finish if it goes through N. This is how you say this is the shortest path, because it's the one with the cheapest cost. So, first time joining one of these streams, what kind of game you're making? I'm making a 2D top-down roguelite shooter. Maybe? That's a good description. Like Nuclear Throne. You shoot stuff, and we'll move around. And we're writing A star. And we're trying to put that in our head. Anyway, sounds badass. I think it will be badass. After we're done with this, we're going to make a rocket launcher that blows up walls, which is going to mean that we're going to have to make the level destructible. Because currently, the level's not been destructible. The level's static from generations. So as part of the rocket launcher, we're going to have to decide how we fuck around with the map in a nice way. It should be really easy, because I mean the level generator constructs and destructs objects quite easily. So I'm hoping it will be pretty simple. But that'll be fun. Be able to blow up walls and stuff. Being able to score in Path of Infinity is clever. You might want to simplify your version with that. Nice. Good old Wikipedia, dude. This is Octree nearest node on a spider web nav. Meaning you can go in up, down, left, right. What would you say? Orthogonal and northeast, northwest. You know, the diagonals. Orthogonal, diagonal. You just say octal direction. I don't know. Whatever. Beautiful. O log n. So while we've still got a space to search for, we're not actually at our end yet. The nodes that connect to each other with direction normals. Okay. It's nodes that connect to... Okay. Let's see. Where we are now is the end of the shortest path. If we're already at our goal, then awesome, we've done it. Go backwards and construct the path. Nice and easy. That's what this function here does. Remove this current thing from the open set. We check all the neighbors. We give a tentative distance to from the start to the neighbor through current. So from the player to the previous position and the node we're checking. And if it's the smallest score yet, then that's where we go next. And that's it. I mean, that's pretty simple. I hope. I haven't implemented this since like university, so my description's not very good. But I hope you understand. Obviously, the game programmers, you understand. But I'm hoping for anyone watching in 2027 that you understand what I mean, and that ChatGPT hasn't melted your brain yet. Or think of all the fucking energy you could get from a human brain. Something in Matrix, something? I don't know. I guess with batteries and that. You regenerate a table to iterate through search. What year is it? Well, currently it's 2026, but I'm assuming people will watch this in the future, because people still watch the stuff from 6 years ago. If you're here in the future, let me know. How big is my channel? I gained subs this month, chat. I don't know if you noticed. I haven't gained subs since like COVID. It's been a steady drop of 50 a month for the past half a decade or something. It's been sick. Better for building nav mesh data by hand, great for giving to administrators as a development tool. Yeah. It's crazy. It's cool. I don't know. I was happy with that. Anyway, that's the Wikipedia implementation. And then when you want to make your path, you quite literally just have a list of the shortest nodes and you put them together and return it. Yeah, that one programming VOD's going crazy. It might already be my most viewed stream. How many views has it got? I haven't cared about views in a while. It's quite exciting, right? Yeah, that VOD from the other day, just the algorithm, I guess. It's got 2,400 views. That's 2,400 views. Just, I guess, YouTube just randomly feeds people a particular video. My most viewed VOD has 2,500. So if it keeps growing, it'll pretty quickly be my most viewed stream. And that's like, I think 2,500 views is just good for a video. So for it to be a 4-hour live stream where I'm yelling at Donut, that's not bad. You're from the future. We had another COVID in 2030 and I'm still bad at coding. Another COVID would be so fucking bad for society. Oh my god. Like, we lost so many small businesses, and like I think COVID 2 would kill all the medium businesses. We're gonna have to eat at McDonald's for dinner, and is there any other businesses left? We'll have to drink Coca-Cola for lunch and have our Amazon delivered drone package for dinner. There won't be, your little cute indie cafe will not have survived. Coffee will be 10 grand a kilo. God. Well, but at least I'll be able to work from home for a few years. That'd be good. You like A-star for simplicity. This might be what you use next time you develop something new. I like simplicity, and in this case, I think it'll do. I was I was saying, like, I got obsessed with reading into algorithms on the train the other day, and I found an article explaining what they did for StarCraft, because they have like hordes of enemies moving around, and they started to get lag. And they were like, how did we solve this? It was really cool and kind of hacky. And I was like, oh, it must be something interesting, like how they group it together with a lead. No, they just disable collision when there's like an insane Zerg rush. They just don't collide with each other, and that solves it. Which is fine, but I wanted to see something like juicy. It makes sense. I mean, it reduces the amount of collisions. Yeah, just make the enemies not collide with each other if there's like 100 of them. Fine, it works. I might even do that in my game, but like, good god, old programming. What do I want to do now? Let me think. We have our physics system. This isn't where you're meant to be. Enemy system. Start moving to targets and blah blah blah. So this start moving to target. This is perfectly fine, because I think when we construct our path in A star, we'll have a list of nodes to traverse to, and those will be transforms. And we can make use of this, as I said earlier. Currently that just draws a line to the player and moves at it. Instead, we'll be able to draw a line to each node. And that'll keep things simple. You don't want to have sleep implementations. You do want to have sleep implementations where the enemies aren't moving, so you don't have to check collisions. Oh yeah. I think right now things are nice and inefficient. The collision system simply just checks every time for a collision. We could absolutely, in the physics system, we could say, in fact, we could already implement that if we haven't yet. I could say if the previous position and the current position are exactly the same, just back out of there, and that would be a really easy optimization. I can't see anything going wrong with that, because if your position hasn't changed, there shouldn't be a new collision, unless we allow you to spawn in stuff on top of enemies, at which point the enemy might be still, and there's a rock suddenly on top of them, and they're still. Is that even a problem? Probably not. I just joined the stream and you're confused what kind of C++ you were looking at. Yeah, sorry, we were looking at the Wikipedia pseudocode for A-star algorithm to get a basic understanding. Yes, it works. My Skaven. That can happen. You can do a spawn check to wake them. Yeah, I mean, also, yeah, I guess if I were to spawn something in dynamically, I just check nearby, or check for items nearby, and then just tell them to run the collision detection quickly. Or just, whatever, blow them up, telefrag them. And let me think, actually, that's not a stupid idea, is it? Here we go. I never heard the flutes in this song. We're listening to Felt, by the way. Is this like a high quality upload or something? I heard like a whoo. Force does this, and it's how we resolved a lot of lag with idle objects. Awesome. Sorry, I can just do oh, what's the syntax for this? Hang on, I'm getting lost in C++ syntax for a second. We're just doing an inline thing here. What's the syntax for this again? I've completely fucking forgotten. You can only construct variables inline in C++ if you have if at the start. So if you have it at the start of the if, right? And there was some syntax to do with using a semicolon to allow you to do further checks. So is it just this? Collision isn't equal to null, which inherently it does do. Null pointer, for example. I've had a discussion with people how they feel about this, like just checking if something is not null by just writing it by itself, or explicitly having not equals null pointer. I'm of two minds. One, I do like the explicitness of isn't equal to null pointer, but also I like the simplicity of this because now I'm used to it. You get me? And I've done this syntax in a few places, like this pattern of try to construct I think this is a pointer. So yeah, try to construct a pointer to something, and if it exists, then go on. But I also want to do something else. You prefer non-explicit because you imply that being not null. Doesn't work with standard optional, so converting to bool is more general. Okay. Well, I guess with standard optional you do value, or has value, right? Something like that. Anyway, pointers. This is nice. Sleep function. Yeah, this is fine for now. Again, we have a limited number of entities. Keep it simple. If we... Again, like if the game starts running at like 30 FPS, this will be somewhere to check for optimizations, but I think this one little conditional's not going to hurt too much. In fact, I mean, we could even move this further up and not perform any of these updates. No, we can't do that because we need this to work out if they need a new position. Ignore me. I'm talking out of my arse. I guess we could check if the linear velocity isn't equal to... Completely... Yeah, Move it from the list. I mean, yeah, I guess we could have a sleep component. Like, if they're... physics or whatever, if their velocity is 0, then add a sleep component, but optimizations. Questionable if the optimization even helps, because it's like we're just doing a little multiplication here or there. Like it's not doing a lot. These are not complex. So there's a division here, but for like a few hundred entities, couple hundred divisions, how many multiplications and divisions are you doing when you're drawing stuff? Not a big deal at this point. But indeed, if we have a boss that shoots like 1 trillion bullets, then yeah, certainly. It's fun to think about optimizations and then completely ignore them. I don't know if you agree. It's so easy to go down the rabbit hole of, oh, this would be better, oh, this would be better. And then you spend 5 days writing one function that is 2% more performant than the original function. And then it takes you 7 years and you're wondering why your game still doesn't have A-star path grinding yet. Whatever. So, let's see. Want to go down, and then you implement it and you regret it. Sometimes it's just wrong. Like, you implement a performance improvement, but then it turns out some computer science bullshit gets in the way. Oh yeah, like the compiler had optimized the original one perfectly. It was using fucking padding. You had the perfect padding in your structure, and it took up just the exact amount of bytes that your architecture could store within this special kind of RAM that goes vroom vroom on the RAM bus and is so much more performant than what you came up with. That shit's so funny. It's so funny. We're a little worried we might have to come to something like that at work right now because we are running out of easy performance improvements or easy RAM size reduction, SRAM size reductions we can do on our binary. We might have to start looking at like padding in structs and like moving the booleans closer together and like calculating, does this struct as efficient as it could be? A little concerning. Anyway, sorry, I keep yapping. I can't shut up. Compiler perfect optimizes overused function to work as best as possible while the functions are left as is, yeah. Surprised you weren't already doing that. We do it to our best of our ability, but I can't guarantee that our entire code base is perfect. So it could be a job at some point just to go over our structs. Maybe AI could do that? I don't know. That sort of job where you just say, can you look over all the structs in this subsection of the program and work out if any of them are inefficient? I could see it doing that fine. As long as you like look at what it's coming up with. I think that could be a good use for it. And then I can tell my boss that I used AI and he can't fire me because I keep talking about how much I hate it. And how I mentioned in like a fucking meeting that it's like rotting everyone's brains. I mean, I didn't say that explicitly. I said, like, I was complaining about the GitHub Copilot Reviewer, where it reviews your PRs for you, but it does it terribly because it has a really small context window and they use as cheap a model as possible. So the things it comes up with are useless. So you spend half your PR hitting resolve conversation thumbs down on like 5 comments from GitHub Copilot, and then next time you push it puts them up again. It's so tedious, and very occasionally it comes up with like an off by 1 error, so you're like, thanks. The other 100 times it's just making some shit up. It's such a waste of time. And I was like, oh, but people are going to stop reviewing. They're going to forget how to review properly because they aren't exercising that part of their brain, and they're just going to rely on it, and then people are going to stop doing PR reviews properly, and it's going to reduce the fucking quality of our code base because people are just going to hit, yeah, green, pass, because the GitHub reviewer said it was fine. And that was my concern. I just want people to keep a little bit of brain. You can rely on your car having powered steering. That's fine. That's fine. But just don't shut your eyes when you're driving down the road. Have you heard that CPU Z and hardware info have been compromised, full of malware? No, I didn't. Running context windows. It's good to tell you what the fuck function is, and if you forget after a while. The way my brain works is I have to read it myself, and I have to make the neuron connection to understand it. If you just tell me something, it goes in one ear and out the other ear. I struggled with that in school, where you just had to memorize textbooks. And then when I got to university and I could actually do my own research, I flourished. I did so well. But I did shit at school in subjects we just had to memorize without understanding. And I have that problem right now with the robots, where people have forgotten how to search and learn how to sift through the good and the bad results to construct their own purview. Just saying, yeah, I understood it because the robot wrote it, and then I got what it said. But you didn't write it. I can't process it. If you got the robot to write a bash script to rename all the files or something basic, sure, I could read that script and understand it, but I wouldn't know how to write it again. I haven't memorized that syntax because I didn't write it. All have ADHD. We all have got something these days. A link's allowed. I don't know. Try it. They're already doing that with the Teslas. Anyway, sorry. It's only been an hour and a half. We haven't written any code yet. Yeah, the entire code base, every little detail you hate, taking code from others without understanding. Yeah, I like having an architectural mind view. I like knowing how everything's written. Okay, the link's not worked then, Thondy. It came out as stars. You can put a space in it, though. I think it's really important to understand how your code base works. And having something summarize it for you takes the ability away for you to do the summarization. And I was complaining to my manager about that, because he was saying, I wrote up like some reports on my colleagues for him for like a review, saying like, oh, they did a great job. And he was like, oh, that was really good. Did you use AI? And I was like, no, I spent time to think about my colleagues and come up with this report. I'm quite good at writing prose, so I wrote it properly. I was quite offended. And he was like, oh yeah, you could use AI to summarize your notes. And I was like, well, no, because then I haven't summarized my notes. I'm just vomiting words at someone without any thought. You need to think to know. I don't know. I'm ranting. We're all heading into a future, this scary future. Should drink less water. I should drink more fucking Coca-Cola, probably. Summarizes wrongly. Yeah. It's a pain to talk with people, though, because they'll say, oh yeah, but sometimes it's good. Okay. Like, you can eat the core of an apple. It's probably fine. Is it good? There's a little poison in there. It's probably fine. If you eat 1,000 cores of apples, it's probably fine. If you eat 10, 20,000, there might be a little bit too much ricin in your system, but it's probably fine. Just eat the whole apple. It's good for you. A little cyanide's okay. Build up resistance for a little cyanide. It's infuriating. I'm infuriated because I think this is fucking art. Not what I'm doing. It's rubbish. But I think it's an art form. It's a creative outlook, and I think it's weird that people wank on about, which I agree with entirely, that the AI art is like awful. But then people are like, oh no, AI programming's fine, as if like there's like years of constructing beautiful algorithms and designing these amazing systems, and this shit is not art. Like, oh, what are you on about? Why is how is the A-star pathfinding algorithm not art? It does something so beautifully. You could fucking post this shit in a museum and I'd go like, oh yeah, that's nice. Sorry, I rant too much. What's this? I heard a bit. No, that was someone else DMing. Oh, you're posting a Twitter. Do I have to fucking open Twitter? X.com, the everything app. Mr. Titus malware. I think this is no little malware. Trojanized distributes from. Oh! Bloody hell. The hardware. This is sorry, Antondi linked something on the hardware monitor, hardware info malware. Yikes. Well, good thing I don't use software, right? Can you post the link? I'll post his tweet. Yeah. Here you go. Good for prototyping, but the final result is possible. Takes a coder to recognize code as art. Maybe. My thought is there's a concept in is it agile or just software engineering or just it's a cognition. It's a thing in cognition. What's it called? You basically, by seeing an example of something, it steers your mind towards it, even if it's unintentional. Like if I tell you to think about a rock, you could think of anything. But if I show you a very specific picture of like, let's say, this rock, it kind of predisposes your brain to think of a rock a bit like that. If that makes sense. It at least guides your brain towards that. So my problem with using AI art for prototyping is just by using it in the first place, you've already poisoned you've already poisoned your mind to looking at its thoughts. Like if it generates a rock that looks like this, and I go, okay, fine, I'll go make my own rock. You're already kind of thinking, all right, I'll draw something a bit like this. And yeah, I mean, this rock I just came up with is my own creation, but my brain was sort of predisposed to think of it like this. My worry is people use it to like come up with like a character design. It's not really that much better than just using the AI thing in the first place. You've already burnt the water. You've already used like the stolen asset from Pixiv. I don't know. The textures and the shapes. Well, that was so like 6 years ago we had this conversation because I was quite positive. Like ChatGPT wasn't out yet, I think. Or maybe it was very early stages. And people were like, oh yeah, people are using AI to like generate like Will Smith eating spaghetti. And I was like, oh cool, I'll never have to make a sprite of grass tiled over and over again. You should do that. There's a skill in making nice parallax, going out into the field and taking beautiful textures and then photoshopping them to be a seamless image. That's a skill. It's an art form itself. There's loads of websites where people have done really hard work to generate these really nice textures from their own source, and I think it's a shame that they're going to be gone. I think it's cool that people were doing what they enjoyed. You're doing a 2D game. We're doing what's been done thousands of times. Oh yeah. I'm not saying I've come up with anything new. Did you see what you wrote about field packing? Sorry, I've been ranting too much. I'm not against progression. I just wish it wasn't so shit. You asked for concepts like what kind of filter algorithms. Yeah, like I know, but I'm being a hater. I know if you asked a robot like what algorithm do I use for my pathfinding in my game, it's going to say A* probably, and that's correct. But it's also nice to go down the rabbit hole and like go on Wikipedia and then go through a bunch of search links and find out for yourself, and you'll probably still come to the same conclusion and it takes longer, but I think there's joy in discovery, and I don't know, I don't like having stuff spoon-fed. That being said, I'm being spoon-fed all sorts of stuff. Field packing. I used to have to do that when I played cricket. No, this is something else. I find the filtering algorithms, but please leave me alone and don't play my games for me. Well, I'm gonna be honest. I think for what's the word? Accessibility. That's one of the places I find it really hard to argue with. Just because I can't tell someone whose arms don't work that I think them having Xbox play the game for them is a bad thing. I think that's cruel. So I think for accessibility, it's really hard to argue with AI just because I'm in a privileged position where all my bits work. You know, I think if my eyesight dwindled and there was an AI algorithm to adjust it into my field of vision somehow, I'd be really thankful for that, and I wouldn't care that it was running on like blood money. Sorry, you were talking about something? I don't know. I still haven't written anything. I don't see what you said about field packing, sorry. Oh, sorry, look at your DMs, you mean. You can discover some popular solutions that's suboptimal, like Unity. You got spoon-fed Ace Bright for AI, can't complain. It's fun. I was in the chat. You said people are doing stuff in their Teslas. Oh, sorry, the general strat is to order fields from largest to smallest, and that's usually optional. Optimal. Fields? Oh, you mean with struct? Sorry. I thought you were talking about nav meshes somehow. I was thinking about fields, like a Hyrule field. I don't know. I think stuff like Google Translate's good, but then that's also killing off jobs of translators. But also, like, it's probably a nice thing that we can all communicate with each other. So I'm of two minds on it. I think it's really valuable that people have jobs as translators. And also, there's a lot of nuance in translation. Currently, AI translation is very unnuanced. For just getting across a basic idea, like I would like to buy an apple, it's fine. But if you ever seen like an AI translated manga, there's no fucking soul in it. Like you need some fucking super nerd that knows both Japanese and English perfectly and can converse from that stupid Japanese language idiom into an English equivalent. That stuff is masterful. And we aren't quite there yet with the robots. It will just translate it as like, ooh, rubber dub dub, thanks for the grub. You know what I mean? But you know, maybe for reading the back of my food packet in Dutch, and I don't actually know if this word means that it's a meat product or not. It's nice to be able to translate it, and then I'll Google it anyway to double check. So maybe it's pointless. The shortcut to getting results. We all know we all know taking shortcuts in learning stuff. You know things and why, but not why the things are the way they are. Yeah, I think I just like. Maybe I don't value my time enough, but I like learning and thinking. That being said, it's now been an hour and 40 minutes and I haven't programmed anything yet. Is this what just chatting streams are? Is this what like the HoloLive streams are? Like I can't understand what Watame is saying, but she's discussing like field packing with her chat for like 2 hours, 3 hours, something like that. I'm so sorry, I've gotten so off track. Yes, we're doing an A-star pathfinding algorithm. Okay, guys, let's focus on this. We have our start moving to target. We're going to override in the middle of this stuff. So instead of immediately moving to target, we're going to generate a path. And right now we're just going to generate the path constantly, which is very inefficient, but that's a good start. So I'm going to say generate a path. And then we're going to move towards the target, and then that's just fine. It's made us less productive by making us talk about it. Yeah, I'm very tangential though. I think this is maybe my niche. I'm very good at yapping. It's not really a niche, is it? It took you 3 hours. Oh, nice Momoji avatar, dude. It took you 3 hours to generate the worst A-star algorithm in your intelligent systems class. That's a sick class. Well, so far it's taken me an hour and 40 minutes and I've not written any code, so I'd say you were doing it at a better pace than me. Anyway, bring back Wikipedia. Donut gave us some boilerplate that I think will be handy. So I will steal it from him. I will steal it. My music stopped. Oh no, it didn't. It's coming back. UE3 nav mesh. What's based on UE3 nav mesh? You simplified it a bit while you were yapping. Let's see. Do I want a different class for this? I feel like having it in the enemy system's a bit rough, but I'm going to keep it in here for now and then think about how we want to refactor it later. I hope you guys will be okay with that. So just in this empty namespace, we're going to have a Cost? You've gone with a uint32T. Is there a reason you've picked uint32T? I'll start writing and then we'll think about it more in a second. Let me adjust my key. I've not written any fucking code today. We're gonna say cost straight equals. I'll just copy what you've done. And then you've done the square root thing. What was it? 42, 14, 14. Make use both const, expr, static. Use integers to avoid having to worry about floating point precision. I mean, that's fine. Does writing code and having convos use the same part of the brain, and thus it's difficult to do both at once? It can be, yeah. You can use 64-bit as well. I'll see if it makes sense. Because our map can be pretty big. I don't know if it's the size of 32-bit or not. I haven't thought that far ahead, naturally. Circling back to the translation part, there's a weird development where people are borderline witch hunting localizers for not being 100% accurate, but instead localizing it. What? 4 billion tiles. Be fine. It's just, you know, if I make a level that's literally infinite and you run into a problem within like 10 minutes of walking in a straight line, that's a what if, isn't there? You're using Max, right? After we read that Wikipedia thing. That was actually a pretty nice little find, I think. uint32T. And then we want max. How do I do this? Like max. Minimum cost is 1,000. You guess 4 billion divided by 1,000. It's probably fine. Cost. Alright. So we've got some stuff here. I'm also just going to copy this entire array blindly. This is really handy bit of work. Thanks, Donut. So these are the potential you can see my screen, right? Yeah. These are the potential directions you can take. Straight, 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 straight. Diagonal, diagonal, diagonal. This makes a lot of sense to me. I hope it does to you as well. If there's a nicer way than having this as a standard array with a standard pairs, that could help a little bit. Like if you could instead use... I'm guessing this gets optimized quite nicely. But if this were instead a... Because it's a const expr array. My brain is like, this shit should be optimized nicely. But if this was instead a function that immediately returned the cost, it would be an order 1 instant operation, right? Like if you use some kind of hash, if the left side was a hash, and that returned the value, accessing this is order 1 too. Is there an easy way, for example, to get the cost of this item without iterating through the first 3 elements? Iterated, not looked up. I guess that it's still order 1. My point being, like, you know, if this algorithm were ran a trillion times, could that be an optimization to use in a hash here? Or would that hashing function probably cost more than just iterating 3 times over an array? Or at worst, you know, 8 times. Anyway. Here's an array of costs. IVEC 2, I'll still be using that. I wish this lined up nicely. Oh well. The algorithm involves looping over them, so a hash would be extra steps. Oh yeah, it does, because it says like for each neighbor. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Ignore me. I'm talking out my bum. You have a function called cost heuristic. Let's see. You want it to not discard. What are you doing? This is going to be size T. Is that correct? What was this? Get cost. I am basically copying what he's doing, but I'm writing it just because, as I was complaining about earlier, by writing it, I learn a bit better than just copying it. You're new here in C++ Gaming General. What libraries are you using and what do you recommend in general? It depends what your goal is. I'm using a framework written by the guy just above you in Twitch chat called LibDonut. It's pretty low level, but not super duper low level. So it could, I don't know how, if you're confident in your documentation, Donut, if it's good to start with. But I've been enjoying it for game development. It's got, at least the versions I'm using, it has some wrappers around SDL2, I think, which handles the graphics API stuff. I think it's using So Loud or something for audio. I'm using NTT library for entity component system implementation to handle entities and components. So, you know, the player has a action responder component, a physics component, collision component, etc. If you don't want to care about all the nitty gritty details, I heard that Godot has C++ wrappers and plugins. Uint32, since it's a cost, you could add a type def for using cost equals uint32t to make it clearer. Yeah, I would like that. This should be a uint32 though, right? I like that. Is it using, right? Yeah. I don't know. Oh, whoops. I don't know if it's correct here, by the way, to IVEC2 is uint32, right? Just an int. Did I? No, it doesn't matter in this case. Is there a standard for how you use this, how you write this type def? Does type defs tend to be all caps or anything, or is this fine? Should it be capital C maybe? What do you guys think? So let's see, we take a IVEC2 position, and we take an IVEC2 destination. I've written so many functions that have an IVEC2 and position and destination, enemy position, player position. It's everywhere. You tend to use the same naming conventions as for regular types. Well, in this case, we're using this type is lowercase. Enemy behavior is capital E. I might be stupid. Capitalized. Okay. Look at this. I'm going to use match case with my control D. So I'm only highlighting cost that's lowercase c. How about that? How about that for a fucking bit of hack? Didn't know that in VS Code. It's useful. Godot, probably a C++ plugins, but you know there's an official version that allows for C#. Yeah, C# is supported, but I've been hearing about C++. I don't know how good it is, though. So, from here, we need to get the... we're multiplying something by cost straight. And in here we have the absolute between the... Oh, we're doing a... Oh, this is easy. It's just the difference. So perhaps there's even an easier way to do this. Destination.x minus position.x. Can we not... We can't do absolute position minus position. Do I have to do position.x minus position.y? I could swear that we could do... Oh, maybe not. That's a shame. We're basically just doing this. You'd have to sum them afterwards. Yes. Yeah, okay. Ignore me then. I'm talking rubbish. If they do two exceptions because they mimic the standard library in GLSL. Okay. You tend to avoid using classes structs unless it makes sense to you. Prefer data-oriented. You would have maybe liked the original project. Back when we started WoHo in like 2019 or whatever, we weren't using entity component system. It was pretty much purely... We were trying to do purely data-driven because I wanted to learn data-driven design. So there were none of these entities and stuff. Like everything was arrays that we iterated over. It was good fun. Was it you that was saying you preferred C? Because I could totally see the ECS. Oh no, I love ECS. ECS is one of my favorite things. We're using it right now in this project. It is so much fun. I love it. I'm just saying that before we're using this ECS, the project previously was data driven. And I was just saying, like, I could also see like the joy in that, especially if you like the sort of C style, having a very almost like a state system build up. Not having to deal with structs and classes and I get that. I think it's cool. It's very valid. It's also, I mean, that's how presumably how we would have been writing games, like sort of pre-2000s, I suppose. I'm pretty sure Game Boy development had a C compiler at the time, right? They weren't writing that in assembly, or were they? They might have been. Some of them might have been assembly. GLM has a comp add function, some extension you could use. Fuck it. Use upper functions, for capitals for globally numbers, and snake case for localized. Yeah, the naming in this project is so bad because I've been writing it for so long. I've had actually several jobs. I think each time I get a new job, I changed how I liked writing certain things. So it's a fucking mess. The dense depth that inheritance can get into sometimes. Yeah, we're not doing much inheritance in this project. There's a few things where, like, I think, you know, like the basic firing weapon inherits from the weapon component. Not much. Not much. It's the basic firing, predicted firing, home firing, they're all weapons, and this basically just exists so we can store them in ECS slightly differently, and we can perform different loops over the different kinds of weapons. This is quite nice, and this is there's no actual like polymorphism really going on here. It's basically just a tag. So this might as well be a weapon with a boolean, but it lets us iterate nicely through our registry because we can search specifically for this component. That's how you do it in Glua. Yeah. I mean, most of my career was done in object-oriented programming with its pitfalls and its upsides. So I'm well acquainted. I'm enjoying not really using it too much here. You wrote down all your naming conventions in that doc's main page if you're curious. Pretty sure I read it. Because that was, you were telling me that you came up with some of them because I was complaining or I was writing stuff. And you decided that's how you were going to write your library because I was the one consuming it. So I'm sorry for fucking up your project. By the way, I need to get water. I'll be right back. I'm just going to take a 2-minute break. I was muted. I'm just saying I'll be right back. Hey. You've not seen my room in a while. And let me check my video mode. How does this look? Alright, there you go. Ba-bom. This is how my room looks. You haven't seen it. This is my streaming room. Got all my shit. Nice, isn't it? Boom. You can only see a little bit of it at a time. That's the joy, huh? Anyway, I'm back. Hey. Happy with these conventions now, so you're not too upset you did that. I mean, a convention makes sense if everyone's using it. It's all arbitrary, right? Why did I write this twice? Hang on. Have a look. We've got cost heuristic. You've got a IVEC2 hash that you're using somewhere. Conventions are on a per code base kind of thing unless you're using a language like Rust that enforces it. Your code is hard to read. Yeah. Anything in particular that you don't like about it? Because we were basically just talking now about how like the conventions have changed because this game's so old now. Project's pretty old, so it's been changing conventions pretty frequently. I think this isn't too bad. We could definitely like extract some of this stuff. I mean, extracting this to a variable and this to a variable doesn't really make it easier, does it? Lots of one-liners. Let's see. Like this sort of thing. I agree, honestly. I think you're correct. This could be simpler. I think that's very valid. Check line site. Yeah, this is pretty rough. I think that's valid. I just say that yeah, it's rough. That's pretty. Yeah, I agree. Oh well. Any multi-line one-liners are nasty. Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's a reason I think I enforce like 80 or 100 lines, like characters on a line or something. Because I want to avoid that. And yeah, some of this I agree with Donut. We have pretty long variable names. If these were shorter, it might be easier to read. But I still also agree that this is hard to parse it in just an instant. I already had an IVEC2 hash, didn't I? This one. It's a little different. How different? How hungry? So this is... Oh, you want a no discard on that. Ooh. Wow. So optimal. The developer, myself, will be thanking myself. Result equals standard hash int v.x. You've got this extra thing in your PL pos, enemy pos, yeah. I personally, having done a lot of like Java and Kotlin and Swift and stuff, it's the convention there to use long names, and I've stuck with that. I like the long names. Even if obviously enemy pos is instantly recognizable and PL pos, if you look at it for a second, is instantly recognizable. I like the big names. I don't know, I'm comfortable with reading a function with these nice big names. I think it's chunky. Like a kid's toy truck. You know, you can smash this around and it stays comfy. It's personal choice. It definitely is. I mean, here we're using V. This is stupid. The one you wrote is generally better. It sped up your map generator by like 10 times. You're performing some bitwise operations here. Hang on, I'll just copy what Donut's done. V is dumb. What is V? Vector? Other vector? V, I guess, is other vector, right? Other vec2, because that's literally the name of the thing. Other IVEC2 even. Specifically because this is an IVEC2 thing. Don't want to confuse it in case we have a function using the floating vector, for example. What's this then? This is what Donut's got, right? He said that this is better. So we start off by hashing the other x, and then can you explain the bitwise operations here? Because I'm not very good at them. What does this do? This is push. This is push left twice and push right twice. It's more than 2 letters, yeah. It can be vector value whatever, since it's the argument to a hash function. The feeling is implied. I think that, yeah. So this is the exclusive OR. This is left shift and this is right shift. This mines a trillionth of a Bitcoin. Hell yeah. Okay, so we perform an exclusive OR on... Sorry, no, we on the... Whatever standard hash does on X. I don't actually know what the standard hashing algorithm does. I should probably know. And then it does an exclusive OR operation on Y, but it actually shifts the X into the left 6 and right 2. How does this work? It's based on the hash combine functions from an old version of Boost, which itself was based on a random paper by some guy. So what you're saying here is I should just accept this. Because this looks magic to me. I understand the point of bitwise operations is that you have a byte and you can shuffle the bits around and you can do a little logic and say, oh, well, if this is 1 and this is 1, I want that to be 0, or vice versa, or flop them around. Result numbers are a bit hacky. I can replace this in my generator, if you like. You're saying this is better. What? You just accepted it, at least. Because I was talking about how I love to understand stuff, but sometimes you have to just accept it. But this is small enough that maybe it would be nice if it was a one-liner saying, just because of the way the maths lines up, this is performant. I know, something explaining, like the little example or something. I would like to know. You have to extend it or use AI from now on. I mean, I'm sure I could Google it. Donut said it came from a paper. Am I smart enough to pass a maths paper? Sometimes I ask what square root means. Well, maybe not square root, but I ask what logarithmic means. Some really basic shit. I'm awful at maths. Why are we using what does a tan 2 do here? And you're probably like, oh, obviously a tan 2 is the second way to get the agenic tangential of this x and y. I just shit at it. I have to look it up every time. This is just like how a straight exclusive OR ends up with 2 equal values always yielding 0. So it's like it's a logical thing. It's based on discrete mathematics. Yeah. The most advanced maths use dot products. I have to have this stuff explained to me every time. You shift a bit to prevent that. Okay, so it's a smart way of resolving that, I guess. Because otherwise you'd have to have an if in advance. If they're this 2 equal values always using 0, that another issue. And we're going into this too much. This is a accept that the guy who wrote the paper is smarter than you kind of thing. Which I hate, kinda, but sometimes I gotta, it's 2 hours, let's write the fucking function. Position with estimated cost to function. So he takes in a position and an estimated cost. This is a struct. Did you always write your functions like this, or did I, screw you over with my way of writing names? This is a very woolen struct name, I think. But maybe always did it like that, and we're just kind of close like that, Yes and no, Wolhina. How much have I influenced you, for better or for worse? Oh, cost. I did capital C, right? Yeah. Now, I'm pretty sure there's a convention for resolving structs who are named exactly the same as their like parts, because often you'll have a class called like price, and then it will have a function called price, and then you have price.price. I'm pretty sure there's like a pattern to resolve that. In this case, I kind of like that the struct is named obviously. What is it? It's a position with estimated cost to destination. What does it contain? It has a position and an estimated cost to destination. What does it have? Well, you're never going to believe this. It has a no discard function, right? It's going to return it's a const expr auto function, operator override on less than. Is it just, did you say overriding the less than operator? Or is there a better name for that? It's const, we take in an other, one of these, a reference, const reference to the other one. Other, and if you want to be really funny, you call it other position with blah 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 blah. Obviously, this is const no except. Why not? No except bull. What is this fucking syntax? Can you remind me? I remember this being a thing in slightly. Oh, how does this work again? This was something that I don't use that often. It was explained to me the other day. It's a different way to describe. No, I can't. I don't remember what this sort of thing is. You go back calling it rank position, but that would put unrelated ideas in your head. You've got to relight that in the coding style of AF2. Alright, comments, you don't forget, this is a hack to get X larger than Y. Oh, okay, that's good to remember, yeah. Hello, Alex. Now, if I leave this really ugly comment in here, it'll make it, like, really obvious. This sticks out to me. Comments, if you only very rarely use comments and then suddenly you see one, shit sticks out. Just use bool instead of auto. This lad. Well, I mean, yeah, okay. And then at that point, we don't need this thing? Was this simply something to do with... Oh, by the way, I think other was fine. Was this simply... No, it's not simply. This looks much simpler to me than the auto and then with a arrow pointing to all. What was the syntax for that? What was that accomplishing? You're not really getting anywhere. You might have to reword that. This is a hack to get rich quick. How about that? That's at least as descriptive as the other one, right? You only comment on very complex logic, otherwise the variable function names normally explain it. Yeah. And even then, if you're able to come up with a way to explain it with variable and function names, then that's a beautiful algorithm. Like something complex that you can understand. What is it getting then? Rich quick. It's combining two hashes. Who's baboing me? Is this WhatsApp or Discord? Oh, it's Discord. The boys have posted a gif of the cow from Mario Kart becoming a sphere. If you wanted to know what my friends are getting up to. What did you call it? Hash combine. I think I've never used Boost, by the way. Am I either a real developer or like a real developer? You get me? Because I know Boost is like this huge library of like tips and tricks. It's like Java's Apache Commons. And like I know a bunch of stuff in C++ gets pulled out of Boost, and tweaked a little bit. I'll just put in. But I've never used it because I've always worked on either my own project and I just never added it, or I worked on a company where they're like, don't use boost, don't use boost, don't use it. So I always just hear it from people. And there was that one guy who once asked why I'm not using it, and I couldn't really explain. Why are you like Nick? Like, eventually we're going to write an algorithm, alright? This shit takes time. This is why it costs us $2 an hour to write something. Hang on, is this a... Standard priority queue is a max heap, but we want lowest cost first, so flip. I think that's also a valid comment, actually. You don't like copy-pasting thing you don't understand. I agree. I like Donut's comment on this. So we're going to be storing stuff in a priority queue. So instead of asking for less than, we want larger than. That makes sense to me. We aren't flipping it. I guess we never use the other operator. But is it worth... Maybe this is over-optimization and being stupid. Is it worth just chucking in here like an STD abort or something, just to ensure we always use the other one? Or is that stupid? So I think if this were a public library, you'd implement something like this, or a kinder version. Maybe you can just delete that operator. I think there's a syntax for that, right? Something using this. I don't remember what it is. You can say I want to delete this this function. The idea being we're only, if you wanted to complete, you'd implement the blue operator and get the other ones for free. How the fuck do you write that? Or do you just write it like this? Oh, okay. Let's not get into the weeds. Let's not get into the weeds. Deep in the weeds today. All that blood taking has made me crazy. Wait, this guy has a day off. Yeah, buddy. That's right, Cake. He wants me to play Apex, doesn't he? Cake, I've been spending 2.5 hours programming and I've written this much. And I didn't even come up with it. That'll be 10 grand, please. Consulting fee. How you doing, Buster? Alright. Look, we're writing the algorithm, guys. Hold your horses. Hold them. This isn't a horse. This is a fucking cow, but you can hold it. You got home from work an hour early. Well, I'm going to be programming all fucking day. We can play Apex this evening, though, if you want. Alright. So hard to focus. I want to yap. Alright. We're writing an algorithm. Remember Wikipedia. We're playing golf. I mean, yay! Golf! I guess we're streaming then. It's not like we'd hang out off stream. Maybe there'll be time between programming and golf or something. I don't know. My heart hurts. No discard. Standard vector. Cost. Find. Path. A. Star. I'm going to label it like that. With A star. Because maybe I have different algorithms in the future, I don't know. We take a reference to our map. Is that even correct? Maybe. We have a... I'd have thought these would be const too. You didn't write them as const. Maybe I'll find out why in a second. The updated one returns auto now because the real type is STD strong ordering, which is why you'd have to include compare in order to spell it out correctly. Hang on. What does that mean? Oh, I've got my gamer mode on my keyboard. That's why. We can play early or late Apex, yeah. I mean, we can play golf for like an hour or two, and then they'll probably want to play League, so we could just play Apex then until late. Let me think. This weekend... Saturday I'm out. Oh yeah, chat. Saturday I'll be gone. Evening. Sunday I'm doing something else as well. I mean, there'll probably be a stream on Sunday. The one with the bubble you posted on Discord. Oh? Okay, I'll copy that. Sorry, I'm falling apart. Let's see. Oh, that's really smart. What have I done? What am I doing? This is smart, then. I like this. That's a good improvement. You realized it's kind of a misnomer because it includes cost up to that position, so maybe total cost is better. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Because this is, where's my diagram? There's a rock. This is what we were talking about before as you... I don't know if you can see my mouse. As you step along the path... my mouse is the player. As you step along the path, at each position, you want to know the estimated cost from the start to here. Bom, 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 bom. That's the cost here. Ah, I didn't control D. Dude, learning how to multi-line changed my life. I feel like maybe people who are slow at typing just need to learn every single keyboard shortcut that there possibly exists. You can use Control tilde or something to open and close the terminal. Except not on my keyboard. Well, whatever. Like backtick. I think Control backtick open and closes the terminal. Anyway. I've seen some IDEs that color this in and they turn this into like the ASCII, like you had in chat. There's a word for that. Right. Anywho, get the work done. We're gonna have an STD. Sorry guys, unordered map. Ah, phew. Vec2 and a cost and an Vec2 hash. I like calling it cost. I think so far that's actually been quite a nice thing. This is going to be our cost. We're going to initialize that based on start and cost of 0. Yeah, this type def was handy. And this is going to be an Vec2. This is an unordered map of Vec2, and the hash, previous position. That's what you've called it. Previous position is... There was another name for this. It is previous position, but the Wikipedia had a different name for this. Was it something stupid? Came from. I like previous position. That's fine, because you start at a position. Honestly, maybe start should be start position, because I usually use that terminology, don't I? Weird that it... Hang on, why didn't it... I just didn't press Control D enough, maybe. I like the stupid long name. Just simplifies things in my head. Let's see. So, what's going to have a priority queue? This is the fucking meat and potatoes, right? Ooh, I've got sweet potatoes. Maybe I could have baked sweet potatoes for dinner. Position with estimated cost to destination, called Frontier. So this is... I like the name Frontier because it makes me think of Pokemon Platinum. This is the front that we're checking. Called the Frontier. Because it's where you fight your life. PL Frontier. That's right. Still unfinished. I love how stupid that map looks. There's so many like weird steps everywhere. Is it dot in place? Dot place 0 starts. What's wrong, little guy? Frontier. Do I need to... Oh, I need to do this. Maybe I can even pass in something to stuff it with this done. See, this is the stuff with C++ when you're like question mark. The priority queue and stuff. I mean, this is the sort of thing you'd just write yourself in your C program, right? I'm glad for the standard library, because right now I don't care about the implementation of unordered map or private queue. I'm just happy to use the standard implementation, because I know that it's good. The syntax of it is bad. This stuff. I'm fine with it. The template argument, or whatever you call it. Template arguments. This is the kind of types we're using in the map, and this is we're constructing with the brace construction is really good. It stops what's the fancy word for it? It stops implicit conversions. Is that how you say it? So if you were to try and construct a float with an int with using curly braces, it would tell you off. The one-liner is just weird. The place doesn't work because the struct doesn't have a constructor. You can use insert with an explicitly constructed one instead. Hang on, is there not pushback or something? No, it's a queue that you... Hang on, in place pop push. Sorry, we're not just in place start position immediately, because it's a priority queue. It's size 0. Do we need to do that? Can it? I thought it can just function, get that out for me, right? Actually, you need a position and an estimated cost. I mean, this probably defaults to 0, right? This probably defaults to 0, so interesting. Insert isn't a thing. Am I using the wrong type of priority queue? Anyway, it's a type definition. Never mind. What do you mean? Sorry, the triangle brackets, the angle brackets. You mostly typeless language. Oh, it probably looks quite weird to you then. This is just very basic generics. C doesn't have generics, right? But you can do stuff with macros to sort of mimic generic behavior, right? Dot push. In this case, what's the difference between push and in place? Does in place let you decide where to put it? That would be weird. Yeah, stop push. So I'm going to construct a position with estimated destination. Dot estimated total cost equals 0. Dot position equals start position. This music's so good. YouTube's giving me this pop-up saying video pause, continue watching. I had a plugin that was meant to fix this. In place is just push, but with construction arguments for the objects instead of a finished object. Ah, okay. You can inline construct. What's wrong? Oh, they're in the wrong order. And if I pop a comma here, underscore generic is a way of implementing overloading. Oh yeah. My C knowledge is basically the one course in uni that everyone hates, blah blah blah, and then occasionally coming across it in programming and thinking, oh, I guess this is C. You know, you use a lot of libraries that are C, so you read through C headers. Most of the embedded firmware, flat, what would you call it? Libraries? No. SDKs, I guess. Most of the embedded SDKs we interact with are in C. So I normally read it. I don't tend to write it. I don't know if it's a C thing. Yeah, I got that much. And then in terms of writing it, I haven't written it in a long time, but I've watched a lot of YouTubers that like C. So I've recently been watching a lot of C stuff, actually. But I haven't written much, which is why I said at the start of the stream I might like to try a little project in C just to see how it goes. I'd always like to make I'd love to make a Game Boy game one day, but I think I need to be quite a bit smarter. I'd like to not just use GB dev or whatever it's called. There's like a game maker for Game Boy, which is awesome, but I'd like to try and do it myself, but I think I need to be a lot smarter. The struct name should probably also have total in it by now. This thing. Oh, of course. Position with estimated total cost to destination. Whatever. Lua is like basic C, so I can read C, but there's stuff where you're rather lost. C++ compiler errors are hard to debug and follow. Yeah, having come from languages, and even just the tiniest bit of Rust I used, but like, you know, coming from other languages, one of the hardest things I had to do with C++ was to learn how to parse errors. You know, if you're having an inclusion, what would you call that? Collision? Include collision? I don't know what the word is, but if you're including in such a way that you're including something twice, intrinsically understand how that's a problem, because when you include something, it quite literally just pastes the source code there, so obviously there's problems. But it doesn't just tell you that in the compiler, it gives you some completely random error, some random file break somewhere, and you kind of have to intuitively work through and think, oh, okay, this looks like an include error. But it's not. It doesn't just print it in console like Rust and says, oh, it looks like you've included this somewhere you shouldn't have. Without to destination. That's true. Position with estimate total cost. I like it. Yeah, I've never used Lua. You can write Lua parsers, right? Quite easily. People use them for like ranking mods available in their games. So we've got a frontier. While the frontier isn't empty. Sorry, I'm typing backwards. Why? Am I stupid? Yes. So, uses one indexed arrays and equal not equals, and all variables are global unless you mark them as local first. Oh well. Better Python. I think Python's I think it's overhated isn't the word, because people don't overhate it, but I think it's bashed too much. I think it's quite a cool language. I think the fact that like mathematicians can just crack out a Python program without fully understanding the nuances of computer science is really cool. What a nice accessible language. The like nice amount of open source libraries for everything as well. How friendly. What like a nice communal activity Python is. I'm fond of it. I barely use it, but I think it's nice. It's very like easy to digest, and I guess that's why they use it for a lot of new programmers. But I think it's really nice. It's a good thing that we got Python. Lua is Python but faster. A huge set of code that supports it is why it's being used. Oh yeah, that's definitely. I mean, Python's used because there's so many. Python's used because it's used. It's popular because it's popular. If it was created today, it probably wouldn't have quite as big a motion, but I think that's fine. I just like that there's easy to digest options for software engineering, where if you're not interested in understanding all the nitty-gritties and you just want to crack out a quick maths program or whatever, and you understand intuitively how you'd write it in English, it's nice that you can just sort of just crack it out in an afternoon. I think that's a good thing. Obviously, it can be misused. So can any tool. Tables are like classes but funky and have bad overhead. Oh, yeah. This is the exciting bit. We're now writing the fucking code. We're going to get our position based on where we are in the frontier. So that is frontier. Hello? Did I spell it wrong? Oh, I back to Jim. Oh, I fucking love this song. Dude, Felt is such an amazing artist. I've been wondering if I have, Am I stupid? I am stupid. Sorry, I've been wondering if I have some kind of dyslexia recently. And I'm old and I should have known by now. But like, I've been jumbling word order so much, and I've been noticing it more recently, where I read something and I think something, or I say something and it comes out in the wrong way, or in the wrong order. Like, I was looking for a room at the office the other day, and it was like 86. And I was saying to my colleague, oh yeah, I just saw like 26. And I was looking at it, and it was the number was exactly 26. until I like looked at it for like a few seconds and it like changed to 86 in front of my eyes. And I was so confused. I was absolutely certain it was clear. Just now I've been typing like Frontier Cost IVEC 2, but it's not what I meant to type. Index cost. Sorry, maybe I am just losing it. You shouldn't trust anything I say. Hey, it's just two smashed together. Thank you for supporting me in my old age. It doesn't help that all my friends keep telling me that I'm like senile, or that everyone at work thinks I'm about a decade older than I am. Oh dear. Oh yeah, do you remember this part of the 80s? No. Oh no. I was born in the 90s. No, I had a color TV. Yeah, I actually had an iPod Touch. Yeah. Whatever. Well, I'm getting old. No, I'm not. I'm very young. I go to the gym. I'm really strong. Really strong. What do we want? Step added cost. So this is how much more expensive we'll take. Steps with cost. So steps with cost, if you remember, was our array of every direction from where you currently are and how expensive it would be to traverse there. So up, right, down, left, diagonal, whatever. Wondering how this will go with our pathfinding algorithm. Because if we have with our current movement. Because I think right now, I think you can see my screen, right? If we have an entity here, and he wants to move here, I think he'll try and path diagonally, and his hitbox will come across this wall, but it won't like just stop. I think it will quite neatly resolve around the edge, like that. So I think this will actually look pretty good. I'm just talking about diagonals. Like if he tries to go diagonally around a wall, it should be okay. Obviously, there's a problem if it tries to go through... if there's a wall like this, and it tries to go like this, that's a problem. That's simply a problem. Perhaps allowing for diagonals is something we could question. Is that's not good. We'll keep that in mind. Okay? Because if we can resolve this, then we can also resolve our painter's algorithm. The way we detect for line of sight is a very basic painter's algorithm. It just paints squares like this. And currently, it gets confused if you're like against a wall or if you're at a diagonal. So we can resolve this problem. We can also resolve that line of sight problem as well. I was originally just going to make the line a bit wider or something easy, but we'll optimize once we've written the basics, okay? You can check if it's valid by checking all three squares. I think that's completely valid. I think that's probably what I'll do. If we're checking a diagonal, we also just check one of the sides. Now, would we randomly choose which one, or do we choose both? Don't know. We'll see. We could even make it so instead of moving on the diagonals like this, like your normal octagonal, you know, up, down, like this, we could make it instead so they can actually only move south, southwest, north, north, like the extremes, and they never actually move true diagonals. And then that way it would be forced to check these two, these two, these two, these two. We'll think about that later, okay? Let's not get over our head yet. Just something to keep in mind. So this is where we're having a look. We're looking at our current position plus some direction. Here we want to check if that point in the map is solid, and I think we literally just have a function for that, right? Get tile at neighbor. Might need to wrap that in a uint 3. Does it not get tile? Well, let's look at the collision detection for a second. Oh, has collision. Okay. Has collision map.getTile. Here we go. Map.getTile, this thing, and Z. Z is going to be continuously an issue. Even though it's a 2D game, we did... Check. Even though it's a 2D game, we did kind of have Z. Even though it doesn't make sense. And it's not really being used right now, but it's there. The idea being like maybe the map wants to have floors, flowers on top of the floors, and then walls on top of that. We haven't really done anything with it yet. If we ever do start using Z, it might break some stuff. Thinking about his chess moves and drawing arrows on the screen. Hikaru. Yeah, dude. I'm thinking about chess moves. I wish I could be that smart. Alas. Alas. Never position, but it has a position. So, if there's no collision there, thank you for already writing this has collision function as. We get a new cost. I'm not sure where you're generating that cost.at thing from. He's written this. I think that maybe you just had a function called cost.at. I'm guessing I just want to use get cost heuristic. Did I forget something? Cost is on the map from above. Cost is the map from above. What? At the very start of the function. Oh. This. Ah. This is why I like to, instead of just copy and pasting, this is why I like to read through it and do it line by line, because then you see what I mean? Maybe you start to see what I mean. I'm not just making shit up. A structural union. Okay, this isn't quite right. Cost.at. Cost in this case is a unordered map. Is at not how you get something out? Is it because you also called this cost? It's because you named the variable cost. Oh, it should be new cost. Yeah. So it's shadowing. New cost equals the cost from the start, dot at, and then you're passing in your key, that being the position, plus added cost. Okay. And then we want a reference, cost reference, old cost equals cost dot in place. Try in place. I don't think that's true, is it? Cost max, thank you Wikipedia. Now let's have a look at this syntax, because this is a little off for just a moment. So we're generating a new cost based on where we're currently at plus the added cost. Fine. In which case being this stuff. Right? And then we're creating a reference to try and place is equivalent in this case. Try and place would fail if it's already in there? Or what? Try and place dot first second. So cost in this case is a unordered map. So when we try to emplace something in an unordered map, it provides you the object back. In this case, it's this stuff. Because this third argument in this template list, this is the hashing algorithm to use. This is optional. So we're getting the cost we're going into this position and we're getting the cost. That's all this is. I kind of agree that the first and second syntax is kind of stupid. I get that it's being used for flexibility, but I do like in other languages where they call stuff like key and value, for example. But it's a pair. You know, it's a pair. The pair doesn't have a name. It's doing an if check to get the lower value. It's key value. It's key. So we've got unordered map. The key in this case is the IVEC2. So that will be our neighbor. And then the value in this case, or the second element of that, this is what we retrieve from the map. You get the key and the value when you ask for it. You get the cost. So this is... It's a little hard to pass, but it is, unfortunately, the right syntax. Cost max a limit. Cost max, this is an optimization we saw on Wikipedia. It's simply the maximum size of a cost. That being, oh, I should probably say that. That works. That's all. If we link on Wikipedia, I closed the Wikipedia page. I don't remember what Donut was using before max. Maybe something else. Maybe just a large number. I don't know. Oh, the only difference is try and place takes key constructor arguments for value in case it wasn't there instead of constructor arguments for value keeper. Post in place and try and place return a pair of iterator and bool, where the iterator points to a pair in the map and the bool says whether it was inserted or not. Oh, that's all. So basically, it tells you. It tries to put something in the map, but if it's already there, it doesn't actually insert it, and it returns that value again, but with a false, saying it already exists. So it lets you have a one-liner to say, was there a pre-existing value? Also, here it is. Hello, K9. Sorry to distracting you from coding magic. Don't worry, I've spent 2 hours and 40 minutes and barely written anything. I wanted to ask you if you have any TF2 comp-wise words you could throw at a new medic fighting in the ETF12 open trenches. You're very brave. Are you playing Sixes or Highlander? The number one rule... all successful medics, even if they start off very kind and friendly, the higher in the divisions you get, the more arseholey the medics get, because they are sick of their team's bullshit. So... if you are still fresh and excited, enjoy that moment, because the more you play competitive Team Fortress as a medic, the more you'll be pissed off as your team for not protecting you or not listening to you and letting you die to spies, and you'll slowly lose it. You're trying your best with mentors. You got mentors. That's a really good start. Your team's not happy with your survivability. I mean, can you rocket jump? You can feel the whimsy leaving your body. No! Can you rocket jump? Because if you play medic, learning how to surf from rockets, explosions, even scattergun shots is life-changing. I used it a lot on Spy as well. Like, if a heavy's shooting you and you jump, you sometimes go flying and you can escape. If there's a rocket at your feet, you jump and time it at just the right moment. You can surf away. Knowing how to surf on medic is, like, big difference between, like, mid and high. You want RGL? I am RGL. Your medic was done with you by the end, yeah. If you're able to spot the bomb before it happens, you're decently able to surf. That's good. Keep that skill up, because surfing is, like, key. I'm not a medic main, so my advice is tentative. But frequent map talks are a must, and, like, talking with your team about problems and successes. You don't want to get them too down. Learning and reflecting is the biggest thing. Because if you have a bad game, that's one thing. But if you have a bad game and then go over it together and work out why, then that helps. If you die in a certain situation and you're able to get, like, a video of that, and you can say, well, I died here because you guys were distracted shooting over there while a guy was bombing in, there was a call, you should have heard it. That stuff's good. If they're saying your survivability is bad, that's also on them. It's Highlander. You have pockets. You'll die to, like, a Spire sniper. That happens. So many games I've seen CJ jumping into the pit on CP Steel. You can avoid that stuff. There's some classes that suck when there's only one. Also, hi Small. Hi 5 Hook. Goedemiddag. Hoe gaat het met jou? Oh no, wait. Goedenavond. No. Good evening. It's getting pretty late. Heavy is boring to play in Highlander. Depends how you play as Heavy. Was it Sandwich? There were a number of Heavies in Highlander who were so fucking annoying to play against. You'd play on like Viaduct and they would just sit on cliff the whole game. Spy checking. And that was it. That was the whole game. Goedenavond. You have to play defense and your team is super offensive. Offensive heavy's fun. I mean, especially in the earlier divs, we played with some really offensive heavies that just pushed mad. Especially when the gloves of running urgently were so much stronger. God. I'm sorry you're not... Sorry if I'm not talking much. I'm writing this down. You could also clip it. Your mentals should tell you this stuff. But map talks are probably the single most important thing you can do to get better at a competitive game. Doing demo reviews, aim training, whatever. Like doing jump maps to learn surfing, whatever. Looking at your mistakes and pulling them apart is the fucking fastest way to improvement. You improve by making that mistake, learning how to resolve that mistake, and then eventually not make it in the first place. Knowing how to hit every meat shot doesn't matter if you're dying every 2 seconds because you're bombing stupidly, or you're dying before your team pushes and you're down a player. Who cares that you just killed someone else or you just did a meat shot? Decision making is like the #1 thing. There are some people in Prem that are dog shit at the game, like mechanically, but their mental is so fucking good that they're worth it for the team to have them on. Woolen demo reviews. We did a few. Yeah. Especially on Medic, right? You do map talks every once a week because the feedback is useful in the future. There is a linear scale between number of map talks and improvement, obviously to a point. Don't do them every single 5 minutes. You'll get sick of them. But having people think is the #1. And if you have people on your team that aren't thinking and they don't want to participate, then shoot them out back. Hold up. In Swedish, do you do a h or a g when you read g? G. I'm learning more and more that Dutch shares so much with all the Nordics, which is pretty handy. I'm accidentally learning a bunch of languages. I already knew German decently, so it's nice. Oh, why is Mar mean but also it's the Dutch version of desu, and it makes the fucking sentence either passive-aggressive or really kind. Also, it means or sometimes. Mar? Like, what are you guys thinking? Why did you come up with Dutch? Why do you flip the word order? Why is it ik ate cheesecake? Or also, ik ha cheesecake eten? Why do you put the verb at the end? But sometimes the verb's the first thing. Oh. Good luck, K9. I wish you the best. Dutch is nothing like English. People lied to me. They said Dutch and English are really similar. There's some words that are similar, but the entire sentence structure is just shuffled. What do you mean there's day and het words? Just some words are the, and some words are the. And then that completely changes the syntax furthermore. Like German has der, die, and das, like the male, neutral, male, neuter, female, whatever words. You already had to do that, but the Dutch can't even get it right themselves. Oh, you can roughly understand it as an English speaker. I can roughly, before I started learning it, you can kind of read it, but listening to a conversation is really quite tough. A lot of really common words are nothing like English. Words like sometimes, because, a little, more, those are completely new. So when you listen to there's a NOS, which do the news. They have a YouTube channel called Nederlands News in Makkelijk Taal, with English, with easy language. And it's simpler Dutch, but even then it's hard to understand because they talk so quick and they blur the lines between words. And also some words are hard to pronounce, like oh. How do you say onion? Oh, ooh. It's UI, but you pronounce it as oh, ow, ow, ooh, oh, whatever. And then garden is town. What the fuck? Makkelijk and moeilijk is difficult and easy, but they sound fucking the same. Makkelijk. Eat smakelijk is eat tasty. And then slap lekker means sleep tasty, which means have nice rests. Make that the cat wise. Oh. Also, like, all the verbs are different in Dutch. Like, 2 O's in English is oo, but in Dutch it's o. And it's, all the combinations of verbs are different from English. So you just have to learn how to read completely differently. Vor. Vuur. Vor. Sorry, if... Lekker. I like lekker. It's not just tasty, yeah. Lekker means like, can be like nice, neat, good, pretty. Sorry, I'm writing this wrong. Reference. I think it's push, right? This is a long one-liner. I can make it a little nicer with a comma here. Is it worth extracting this? You could extract this if you like. I'll be honest, like, this is legible enough to me, but I could totally see us extracting this stuff, right? You know, estimate total cost, just to prevent this from getting lost. You could move this. Just pop it up here. Like, is this easier to read than how it was? I don't know. Maybe. You can extract if you're adding a new variable with the exact same name in the field. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. But my main point is that you can very obviously see this new cost plus. If you just saw this by itself, maybe you'd miss that. I think this is neat enough. It's really just this plus. Like, if this was just the function, I'd be super happy. But it's this addition here. It adds just that tiny bit of complexity. Maybe get cost heuristic could take new cost in and return the eventual value. Like, if this was a part of the function, I'd be super happy, right? But then the meaning of this changes. And we're also just arguing semantics. I don't think this is too difficult to parse. Anyway, after our for loop, that's here. It's perfectly readable. Yeah, my main worry is just that new cost plus bit, because I know I'd miss this. That's a me problem, maybe. Is Asian languages you have to relearn the entire alphabet? Oh yeah, I mean I've learned the basics of hiragana and katakana, and it's just a case of just memorizing it. It's completely different. There's some rules you can make up, like, oh, foo looks a bit like a face going, Phew. You know, a lot of memorization. Pick up 1 2 keywords from someone speaking German or Dutch, you know roughly what they're talking about. That was me at the hospital earlier, or the clinic. I got there early, and I waited, and the time passed. So I went up to the desk and I said, like, ik heb een appointment. Might have just said it in English. Ik heb een appointment at like 11 uur or whatever. And she was like, oh, what's your name? And I was like, oh yeah. She was like, okay. And she said a bunch of Dutch. and I didn't fully understand it, but I basically pulled out of it that she said, like, she'll be with you later. And I was like, okay. And then I went back, sat back down, and she didn't look at me weird for moving back, so I was like, okay. And then she was indeed there later. Sorry, my brain's very slow. After our for loop, why have you got a closed bracket and a semicolon in your code? I'm trying to just read the code you sent me. One of your curly braces ends with a. You're just confusing me. Okay, that's fine. So once we've constructed all this shit, there's from previous information data. Okay, don't change it, please. I'm reading. It's okay. Good thing I read it. I hope to God that if any of you pull anything out of this stream, not just the fact that I've yapped for so long, but it's that even if you are just implementing something someone else has sent you, there is value in writing it out line by line instead of copy and pasting. You will question things and you will learn just even a little bit. I haven't had to do the mental thought about how to build the algorithm. That's been done for me. But we also read the algorithm out earlier and understood it in advance. So we could have written this with a bit more of an afternoon. So I don't feel too bad for missing out on that. If that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. It doesn't matter. We all live lives differently. Once you learn this, you can generally use it yourself. Well, the other thing I should say is I've written A* before, and I've written back in uni. We memorized Dijkstra's algorithm, and I had to write it with pen and paper in an exam. And I remember doing that and thinking, this is fucking tedious, because I was like 19. The first time I'd used a pen that whole year, I had to write Dijkstra's algorithm, and I did well. So like I've done this stuff before. You will learn nothing in defiance. My arm kind of hurts where that lady stole my blood. I'm a weak little fucking soul. It's just fine. Iteration loop. This is pretty common syntax for iterating in with iterators in C++. Iterators are very much a C++ thing though, right? This is part of the standard library. Do you have something similar in C? Or do you tend to write something similar? Iterators. Is there a way to view? Maybe not. Lua has iterators. Okay. It's a very nice. It's just a generalization of C pointers. Well, with C, usually, for example, my knowledge of C is an array is actually just a pointer to the first element, and then you have a way of finding out the end element. So it could be the length of the array, or if it's a string, which is a char pointer, const char pointer, or whatever. The end of the string is actually like a 0 or null terminating object or something, right? Character. So in C, an array is actually just 1 byte, right? Or whatever the size of a pointer is. And it's saying, okay, when you iterate, you have to do a for loop until array.size, and you're iterating through memory. Vectors and array raw pointer is a perfectly valid implementation of their iterator type. Oh yeah. I rather like the syntax of iterators. I think it's nice. You can increment the iterate pointer in a loop. Yeah, and that's you get a that's where what's that error? Segfault. You get segfaults if you try and access memory outside of your assigned memory from malloc, right? You malloc a certain amount of space for your array, and if you iterate through it and you go +1, you'll get a malloc, right? In best case. Worst case, you get memory corruption, right? Because in reality, when you malloc, when you do memory allocation, you say, hi Windows, I'd like this much space, and then Windows sometimes will give you that space, but then sometimes it'll actually give you a bit more, right? So technically, the segfault would only occur after you've read this much, and this part of space here, even though this isn't part of your array, this is valid memory that you've been provided by the operating system. So you'll continue to iterate through, and whatever is in here is undefined. That's my understanding of C arrays and pointer arithmetic and stuff. So you have to be very careful when you're using pointers in C. There's a lot of problems caused with was it Fallout 2, Fallout 1? They had like a huge issue with probably a password. In Fallout 1 or 2, they had a massive issue with memory corruption. And they couldn't find it, and they ended up writing a program to what's the word? Like check through the memory for these problems. There's a word, sanitize, memory sanitizer. And they could only run it occasionally because it was quite expensive. But these days, memory sanitizer, like computers are strong enough that you can just run the memory sanitizer constantly. Unholy crunch in the last few weeks. Oh yeah. How many software vulnerabilities happen because you get to read values you're not meant to, overwrite code and make it do whatever you want. Yeah. Yeah. Software engineering. What do you mean? I'm well, whatever. Do work. Do the work. Do the typing. Shut up. Do the typing. This is when we found the destination. Path is valid. Walk backwards to construct the path. This comment I'm questioning, so I'm just going to write it for now. Oh, a do loop? A do while loop? Yo! You know it's an algorithm when you've got a do while loop. Holy shit. Wow. Dude, it's a do while loop. Oh my god. I feel like I'm a fucking student again. Guys, you want to go crack out like a 48 pack of Guinness and watch Neon Genesis Evangelion? I've got some packets of chocolate fingers. Right. It's a do while loop. Yeah. Does there have to be a do while loop? I feel like it doesn't have to be, right? I'm keeping it because I think it's fucking sick. The do while loop. Oh. I have a job. I have a job in C++. It's a very valuable job. Avoid do while loops. Clang tidy. Oh, it's beautiful. Stat. It doesn't have to be. Since you checked the first element with if, it would be silly to look it up again. Do while loop. It's definitely worth loading software engineering. It's definitely worth it. Although that being said, if the robot does take my job, I'm gonna become a metallurgist. I want to work with like steel. I think I could get like really big biceps, right? And like start hitting stuff with hammers, and like I want to make like sword, like not sword, but like knives and stuff, and like iron. I want to like manipulate cast iron into like prongs and make like fences and stuff. So if the AI does take over and render it like my skills pointless, like watch me in 2 years becoming like a blacksmith YouTuber, because I'll look fucking great. Big muscles, big beard, kind of tanned from all the cancer fumes that I'm inhaling. Probably start smoking. I mean, it's 1 in 1, right? If you're already being full of smoke. Making church bells would be fucking awesome, dude. Imagine like an awesome YouTube thumbnail, like me like this, and then next to me like this church bell the size of like a skyscraper, and the title could be like, I made the world's biggest church bell, and it's like boom, it like fills the whole fucking city with noise. Everyone fucking gets on their hands and knees, praise the big bell. Oh my fucking god. Oh, I should quit. This shit sucks, right? We hate software engineering. I love blacksmithing. Actually, apparently blacksmithing was really big during COVID. A lot of people found out that you can just buy a kiln off Amazon for like £100. You can just make I don't have a garden, that's the main problem, but you can just melt steel. No one can stop you. You can buy steel and heat it until it's hot, and hit it with a hammer and stuff. Get like a little anvil, and you can forge your own things and then quench it in water. Oh my god, I could fold steel. Why am I dealing with fucking while loops? It's so cool. Anyway, that's why my room's full of shit. You know, I've got all these fucking paintbrushes because I decided I like physical stuff. I've got an art book, chat. I haven't filled it yet, but I was gonna do some game development stuff on fucking pen and paper. I bought fucking colored pens and stuff, and I've already got watercolors and markers and stuff. I'm gonna do fucking concept arting and stuff. I mean, I'm not gonna pull them out of the drawer, but I've already got art books that I've doodled in. For like about half a year, I drew every day because I wanted to get better. And then I've not done it in a while. That's probably why my art looks a little better now. I love shit. Over the last 6 months, I beg you back to the AI is stupid. You think the AI bubble is crashing? Yeah, part of me wants to wish the AI bubble crashes because it's leading to the brain death of society. But part of me also knows that a lot of the hard work of like scanning GitHub has already been done, and I feel like Claude isn't going away. But I want to, like the classic software engineering career path is to become a software engineer because you love programming, and then in your 30s or 40s you're forced into management and you never get to touch code again and you're really sad. They're just fast tracking that. Like, yeah, I get that like maybe in like 5 years time the AI will be good enough to do a good enough job, and the company doesn't actually care if the code is good, if they can sell the product and make money on it, and if it breaks and they buy a new product, that's what they care about. But I don't want to be like a childminder. I would have been a teacher if I wanted to teach a machine how to do something. So that I don't like. I like the craft. Anyway, yeah, I'll just be a blacksmith. Like, it's easy. I'll make blacksmith stuff. You'd add the Do While warnings to the collection of Clang Tidy exclusives. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, maybe we could. Hang on, what's wrong here? Second... What is start? Start position. Oh, it's so pretty. Look at it. A little do while loop. We gotta leave it in, right? Yeah. It's beautiful. I'm gonna leave it in. I think it's beautiful. Look at it. Avoid do while loops. Get built. I'd pat it on the head if I could. Might have to reload window. Oh, at least Clang Tidy. Clang restart server. Let me think. Is that it? Melody. Oh. Okay. That's it. That's A-Star. It's so easy. You just copy and paste it. Hair companies were supposed to be sued to extinction since it was all born on stolen work. The only reason it exists is because they didn't care about stolen work. Oh, yeah, I mean, I agree on the case that if governments would step in and ignore all the money they're being offered, the world would be a better place. I think that would solve a lot more problems than just AI. I think we might have a lot more, like, reusable renewables and, like, customer protection, consumer protection practices, and oh dear, I voted because I'm like a nice guy. I pretend to be. I LARP as a nice guy. I voted for like one of the Green parties because they said they were going to help the animals in the local area, and they got a couple of seats. And I think it's because my vote fucking counted. They were like, yeah, we're gonna like charge you some more taxes and shit, but like we're gonna make it illegal to like shoot animals and shit. And I was like, that sounds nice. No, that wasn't it. There was more to it than that. But that, you know, there's parties that are like, we want to like improve the living conditions for animals in your part of the country, and like have more protections in place, and make it harder to make it cheaper to sustain on green stuff than not, because a lot of the meat industry is quite subsidized and blah blah blah. But that stuff loses everyone money, so no one votes for it because it's not pretty, even if it's kind of a nice thing to do. And a lot of the time, the governments are doing stuff because they inevitably have their finger in the pie, and that's just how it is, unfortunately. You like how governments are realizing it's an idea to not depend on the US as much. Yeah, because the US big tech companies used to be like a cute thing. People would think, oh wow, Twitter and Google, they have like ball pits and slides, and they drink kombucha, and they have meetings in beanbag chairs. They're so silly. And now it's like they're sending drones to kill people. What happened? Why is XAI generating nudes of people? People used to post memes there. What happened? What happened? Oh, they got rid of the "Do not be evil" motto. It's like a joke. If I wrote this in a book, you'd be like, what do you mean the company that said "Do not be evil" got rid of their motto and then bombed people? What? Oh, they supply the defense to the entire UK. It's good. I live in the Netherlands now. Yeah, the world's a fucking complex place. Huh? There's no simple solution. We did find out that and the EU, yeah, we all kind of depend on each other. Unfortunately, we were kind of a nice global society. But yeah, I mean, the DigiD, which is a Dutch like ID company, you use it as your government ID, basically. Pretty sure that's a third-party American company, and people like really questioning about it, or it's owned by one. And our payment service, DigiD, a bit like Visa or MasterCard, that was also owned by, I think, an American company, or built by one. And now we're moving to an EU solution called Wero, which I'm fine with. When I bought my nice fancy coffee machine, I specifically chose to get like an EU company because at least I thought they'd have decent working conditions, and it'll cost a little bit more, but you know they've got a good history of like repairability and care and stuff, and yeah, whatever. Blasting Dean software management will be migrated to a US company. Fucking awesome. Deletes are rotten. Oh shit, this is good music to complain about. Anyone want to complain about the state of society while we make fucking A-star algorithm in our C++ silly game project? What's wrong, little guy? Function does not return a value. Oh, that's a good start. Yeah, I probably want to return the path at the end of this fucking algorithm where I build a path, right? What do you think? What is path in this case? This thing. Oh, hang on, I've got one too many brackets somewhere. Why? Obviously, I'm going to return the path here, but where's this outer bracket from? Wild Frontier isn't empty. Oh, I probably need another one here. And then, this. This is similar to path traversal in your primary nav mesh algo. Okay. It's in the wrong nesting. Yeah. Oh, it's an IVEC 2, not a cost. Oh, obviously. Alright, lads. Alright, lads, are you excited? What is the path in this case? Are you excited? Look, I'm gonna hit build. Errors! Yes! Oh, fuck, what have I done? Oh, it's because I put the IVEC hash thing in here, is it? Did I change something else? Here? Must have fucked something up. It is very rudimentary to get this job done, exactly. But you want to start with rudimentary before you make good rudimentary. It's got a capital V. Okay, I just didn't name it correctly, I guess. Stupid of me. Alright. Let's just blindly use it. What could go wrong? Every single frame rebuilding the path? Sounds sick. Yeah, we're actually going to do something really stupid for first and then improve it. That is the plan. Right now, I mean, this is just in the fucking enemy system. This is stupid. This shouldn't be in here. We'll be using A-star, I'm sure, other places. This should be extracted to its own header somewhere. Don't worry about it. I kind of love starting with something stupid. I don't know about you guys. I like doing something stupid and then making improvements and seeing how much better it gets. Like, it's fun. It's fun to start with bad and then make bad good. Moving to target, switch state and behavior. Here we go. Bam. So we're going to find path. Const auto path equals find path with a star. And we're going to find path between... we have to work out what the map is. IVEC2 start position is going to... Actually, we need to get the map first. We can get the map out of the registry. Maybe I already do it here. Hang on. We're doing it in tick. Where are we in here? We're in switch state. It's fine. Just grab it here. It's fine. We get the map. Start position is going to be our transform. No, we don't even have the transform here. This could be better. I don't know how I feel about this song. It's kind of giving me a headache, but that might just be me. Hang on, registry entity 0. Start moving to target. Okay, we might need to modify that start moving to target function. Yeah, this isn't quite usable yet. We need to grab this stuff. This should be extracted to the function top. That's fine. Let's see. Pine pathway star. What are you doing? Path equals this. We're gonna get this stuff. So target transform equals the target we're moving to. Transform is our own transform. If they're the same, return is not correct here. I'll just pop that in. The find path thing can handle that, I'm sure. The movement, whatever. Target transform. We want our start position and destination. So our start position is the transform, and the destination is the target transform. Easy game. You are angry at me. No matching call. The second argument. You are a transform dot position. I get. Sorry, it's a pointer. I get. Yeah. Dereference that. My problem's in debug mode. Okay. So we've got a path. Quite simple. Start moving to target. And we're going to modify this function to take in a position instead. 2 positions, I guess. So what do you currently have? You take these 2, target transform and transform dot position. I'm going to just remove those. I don't know if enemy behavior is used for anything else in here. It's not. The registry is used. Entity is also used. Perpendicular offset is used. Okay. I'm just going to pass in... actually, what do we call it in... here? Start position and destination. Start moving to target. I'm not going to refactor it. I'm going to rename it so I can see where it breaks. And I want to see if this is sensible. Start moving to destination. Whatever. This is fine for now. I can rename these in a moment. So if transform our well, this isn't it at all. This is checking if they're null. Transform is a mix of different aspects of world existence. That's a crazy sentence. Is that right? No, we want destination minus position, right? Otherwise we go the wrong way. Do game devs have their own version of Git? I just use Git, but I mean there's a variety of version control systems. You could use Mercurial. I know actually Git's very common just for code, but I think there are some solutions for managing resources, because you're not meant to put binary files on Git, images, assets and stuff. I'm sure some people just use Artifactory or whatever, but or some other artifact website, whatever. Use it for resources too. GitHub, or not GitHub, sorry. There's Git large objects, Git whatever it's called. There is a Git solution for it, right? Suppose you're calling every frame, you essentially want to be moving towards path 1. Yeah. Right now we're doing the stupid thing where we generate the entire path and then just look for the first node and move to that. Which works if the player moves around them, but is a bit stupid if the path is mostly the same. So don't worry, bub. So we get our path. And start moving to target. Should be taking now our own position. And the path dot size -2. Is that correct? Not path dot back, because it's a priority queue, right? What does path dot back do? Is that incorrect? This is just -1. Why -2? Sorry. It's -2 because that's the current position, and minus path dot back will be where the enemy already is. Okay, that makes sense then. We want path dot back. Can you say back minus another one? Whoops. Can you say like back and then back another one? At and then path dot size -2. That makes sense. Yeah, because the end of it is your current position. That's true. And start moving is now called start moving to position. Let's see. Start position is transform dot position, of course. Where we're going to is a destination. In this case, this is a vec2. And then we pass in the registry, entity, and 0. So, there's other places we're using that thing, right? This thing. In this case, I'd like it to work how it did before. Without the pathing algorithm. Because this case, we're strafing left and right to the target. That's what this code does. We're shooting at them, and occasionally I want them to... It's not a very good strafe. It's not like a orbiting strafe or whatever, but you know. The path size is one it will break. Good catch. Sorry, that's one case, and then moving to target is... Why is this happening twice, actually? Hang on a minute. This is in the case that you switch state immediately. Yes. Copy the function you changed and undo the paste that in. Well, I'm just trying to think if that's correct. What I might do instead... Okay, let's... Thinking about how I'd like to use this, realistically, I want the caller to say, move between these things in this way. So either use the A-star algorithm or line of sight, just go straight at them. And then if we have other algorithms in the future, A-star bad to make the enemy move kind of shittily, we'd be able to use that. Use nav mesh when moving between rooms out of line of sight. And we use direct go if the enemy target has line of sight moved to a position LOS. Yeah, my plan that I've mentioned in the other streams was if the player is actually directly in front, like if there's line of sight, then just move at the player. If they're not in line of sight, but they're in aggro range, then use A-star to get to them. But for now, to experiment with A-star, I was just going to always use A-star, just to see how that goes. Chase mode and hunt mode. That's a cool way to name it. I might steal that. That's really cool. Yeah, if I just have a function called like void chase player, you know, and whatever. That's kind of smart. So let's see. Well, how would I name this? Because I've already got find path with a star. How do I want to say this? Okay, I'm just experimenting with an idea. Forgive me, this is going to look a little stupid. I'm just coming up with an idea. Sorry. Don't know if we need size. Just coming up with just having a thought. Just having a thought. I know it's dangerous these days. I'm just having a thought. Use a straight to track behavior which being out of range. Oh yeah, I've got states and stuff set up. Don't worry about that. I was actually pretty happy with the kind of state stuff we had. I won't get into the details now because I need to do this or I'll forget. I'm just gonna have a void called move to target, where we pass some stuff in, and I want to take in a movement algorithm. What did I call it? Pathfinding algorithm. Pathing algorithm. How do you spell pathing? By the way, I'm shortening this because I don't know how to spell algorithm, even though I just spelled it. Maybe I'm stupid. Pathing. That's fine. Open streams to do generic stuff. Yeah, that was my thought. It's just an idea. It's cooking slowly. I basically want to do this stuff. Or the other stuff. So we don't need the map. We need to pass in the registry. Okay. We want to have a const, maybe? Registry. It's a good start. And we want to have entity. Basically this. And then in this case, target should be a entity as well. Move to target entity. So the idea here being, we do a switch somewhere on the pathing algorithm. And then that hopefully makes it a little easier to use. But maybe I'm being stupid. We'll see. So I probably should move this down to the bottom. Somewhere in here. Path in this case, we want to come up with a target. Taking the entity IDs by reference is a bit odd. I guess it's just an int, right? Fair point. This is essentially how you do it. Okay, cool. Let's see. Enemy behavior.target. So this is just going to be our target entity. Use integers to determine behavior commands. I'll show you my state system in a moment when we're done with this. So this is where it gets a little more annoying. I'm just going to say back to target position equal, and then we just construct that here. We'll construct it just by default with the transform dot position. So by default, we're just staying where we are, and that's what will get passed in here eventually. And with our stupid implementation, we are going to set the target position to this. Like this. Obviously, we will not always want to be regenerating the A star path. That's don't worry. But for now, this kind of works. Let's see. Start moving to position. So in this case, we take a difference. If they're the same, then I was saying before, the way the movement system works is it's like a Xbox controller. It's actually the same input system the player uses, just converts it just normalizes this into an angle. The way the enemy moves is if it's just in the middle, then it's like you've taken your hand off the control stick, so your enemy will come to a stop with friction. But then if it's moving towards a position, it will move the control stick. It'll point it at them. It's very natural. That's what this is, if you're wondering. And I use float max as a way to say the angle is hopefully basically impossible to hit. So just that means stop moving. The boss just go in the direction. Yeah, this is how I like to simulate stuff. I love the idea of there not really being a difference between the player and the enemy, other than one of them is moving with the control stick and the other is moving with a virtual control stick. It implies that, like, if you had a multiplayer game, it uses all the exact same systems as the regular player, but the input comes from the network. If you were doing a demo system, for example, it would be completely deterministic and easy to store. You don't have to store their position constantly, you just store the changes in movement input. Yeah, I mean, you know. I can show you through my systems in a moment. Start moving to position. You want a start position, destination, registry, entity. You said that you don't like this being reference. It doesn't really matter, right? I understand with very basic objects like int, you don't really want to use them as a reference. It's perfectly fine to copy those by value, but there's not really harm in it, is there? Or is there? Is it because it's possible it could change? Const reference should be okay. Okay. Is it possible that you might be able to edit? That's some of the worry, that you might be able to edit the entity later and that would fuck with something. In which case I'd understand that, but just a regular one? Yeah, that's the main worry. Okay, that's actually really... that's valuable info. Thank you for explaining. Sorry, I'm being dense again. What am I trying to do? You take a third argument registry would use const qualifier. Oh, why's that? Oh, you should be a const reference. Yeah, sorry, I wrote this just badly. This is just not good. My mistake. Oh wait, hang on. No, this does have to be... Oh, can I just mark the method as const, maybe? No, hang on a moment. Non-member function. Oh, maybe this was the annoyance, because this stuff isn't actually a member function. This is all in the anonymous namespace. Maybe I should move this stuff to a better system, honestly. If you apply consistently, making a parameter a reference communicates that it's supposed to be modified by the function. I suppose, yeah, I mean, const reference means read-only, reference means go ahead, you can maybe make modification if you want. I think that maybe originally we just did this because this... What's the... Short of making this... Sorry, how do I say this? Currently this is a non-member variable. It's just a function sitting in a anonymous namespace, so I'm not allowed to mark it as const, right? Fix available. Remove const. That's not really a fix. And that's why we can't do this shit, right? Or no? Is there a way to resolve this without making this a member? They do some predictive movement in more modern versions of the code. Because registry is const. Well, yeah, registry is const. We just made it const. Should it not be a const reference to registry? Oh no, we are modifying the registry. Completely ignore me. Okay, completely ignore me. I've been talking for 3.5 hours. I am being dense. I should probably break at some point. I'm being dense. Sorry. Start moving to position. What's wrong with you? Sorry. You're const as well. Okay. So in this case, in line of sight, we basically just do the direct path, right? For that I can just look at my Git. I know I did see your comment earlier about copy and pasting. I was just going to check Git. Let's see. So in the case that we're doing line of sight, it'd be something like this. Sorry, the music needs to be constantly adjusted. I'm trying to use YouTube Music. A, it's constantly flashing video paused, even though it's not pausing. And B, the music is like non-normalized. Is there a way to normalize it? I guess with a plugin. Oh, oh, I guess I'm already using this stuff, actually. So, you're fine. And then you're fine. Hang on, this isn't it. Maybe I'm doing stupid. I'm being stupid. Why are you saying it's been... no, I'm sorry. I am just being stupid. I really am. You just say target position equals transform.position. Oh, sorry. I probably should go get like some caffeine or something. I can't wait that long without it. In the weapon files, they input, read, and use the player's forward to attack forward, or they would be. Yours looks like function. Look here. Hello there. Local. Hello there. Hello there. Return end. Cool. Use the uppercase convention for enum types at work. I haven't thought about it, so yeah, I think this is how we write them at work. Is that true? No, we use lowercase, I think. Pathing algorithm. Yeah, I'm sorry. I think I am just a little tired. Yeah, no, this is stupid. I'm sorry. This is incorrect. I might go get an energy drink or something. I'm kind of getting tired. You know, people say like they can't work for 8 hours a day. Well, they can't work for like more than 8 hours a day. It is like 6 o'clock now, and I know I've not been streaming all day. It is like that time of day. Your brain stops working after a while. I know the joke will be like, oh, it wasn't working earlier, but you get me. Okay, good. It should just be failing down here now. So if you're moving to the target directly, failed line of sight repeatedly. In this case, for now, just use the A* algorithm. That's fine. To move to target entity, just use A* registry entity enemy behavior dot target. So we can modify this in a moment. And in this case, we want to use the pathing thing. Line of sight. I guess we also need to pass in this somehow. Because this thing here, this is perpendicular offset. A little dumb. I think there's a better way to write this. This was something I just kind of popped together as an experiment. This is dependent on implementation, so it's really stupid to have this in a generic function where you pass in a pathing algorithm. I suppose line of sight. Can you have this syntax in C++ where you say line of sight has a perpendicular offset? Sadly, no. It's a shame. Because then, as part of the pathing algorithm, you could pass in. I guess I could make it a struct. If I had a struct called algorithm, if I had a class, or yeah, struct algorithm, and then I extended that to have line of sight and A*, and if it's line of sight, it could have Well, okay, this isn't how I'd really like to do it, but yeah, we could have something like this. So this isn't really what I want to do, but it gives you an idea of what I'm trying to get at, right? So by default, it's 0. Like, A star doesn't even use this. It's annoying that A star even has this variable. An alternative, I thought, would to be to have a subclass. Instead of the enum of algorithm, you'd have a subclass called A star and a subclass called line of sight, but then how do you iterate over those subclasses? You'd have to tie them to an enum, and at that point, you're overdoing it. Right? You're overdoing it. And right now, it's not perfect. But it'll do. Oh no, actually you can still be there. That's fine. It's a little messy. Oh, sorry, you should have your own algorithm. How do you feel about naming the member variable directly after the thing? I'm always looking at it with a side eye. What are you? You're a UN82. You're an 8-2. You're an 8-2. You're an 8? You're just a... Oh no, I want you to be... So sorry, this was on purpose. This was on purpose. Because you want... The point of the perpendicular offset is you go 1 to the right and -1 to the left. It's a silly detail. This is a silly creature. Yeah, the 1 byte overhead I don't care about, but the idea is that you could construct a pathing algorithm of A star and give it a perpendicular offset, and it wouldn't do anything. And that is a code smell to me. There's a design detail that could be fixed. However, just use a variant would work, yeah. But in this case, resolving that problem is not worth the effort, if that makes sense. And this is where I can just say it's a personal project and move on, right? At work, I'd have to come up with like a nicer solution. I'd probably just use variant. This is why I like working on hobby projects as well, you know. You can just make shorthands, and this isn't a dangerous one. There is no danger in it. Entity, target entity. Oh. No, actually I do want you to take that. That's correct. I just want to construct one. Could even just construct this in the line of sight section, you know? Maybe I should do that. Maybe I should do that. Maybe you should do that. You program like the person reading has a basic ability to comprehend code. I usually try to be as extreme as possible, and don't always, but I want to write my code so a complete novice could understand it. Because then that means if I would be that complete novice if I came back to this in a year's time. I haven't written Swift and Kotlin in a while, but if I went back to read my old programs, I think I could generally understand them because I wrote them in such a stupid, obviously way. Even if I don't remember the exact details behind why I've done something in a language, I don't remember exactly how Swift is handling this thing. The way you formatted the conditional is oof. Yep, it's pretty shit, isn't it? What are you gonna do? I'll have a look at it in a second. That's what I'll do. Hey? You should just be able to construct this without me defining an offset, right? In a moment. Your pathing algorithm. Maybe I just call it pathing. Pathing has an algorithm. I mean, sure, whatever. Make it UN8T, whatever. Stop giving me the warning. I think this is fine. You should be able to do this with the constructor, right? Maybe not. Hang on, I think I'm being dense again. Yeah. This is a little messy. Yeah, this is pretty shit, isn't it? I am sorry for this. Okay? Basically, it just says 50-50. There's probably an off by one error. Don't worry about it. 50-50, look left or right, and then strafe that way. It was the most basic little thing possible. Alright. Are you guys ready? I'm gonna hit F5. It is dense. It's dense. This is ripe for refactoring. I completely agree. Let's see. Is it crashing? I should probably turn off, like, disable the, shooting. Let's see. Shooting target. When does this happen? Just disable it. Moving to target. Don't think. Moving to target. You're just going to move to the target. Quick little comment out, yeah. Yeah. I'll show you my state system in a minute and you can tell me if something jumps out, because it's definitely not perfect. I don't remember you doing a path size larger than equals to 2 check. I didn't. Really good fucking thought. Actually, let's see. It should just crash if the player, like, walks under them, right? Ah, fuck it. Well, actually, I don't even do an else here. If it's not larger than, then just keep using the... Just walk at them. In which case, this doesn't need to exist. Right? Yeah. Alright, yeah, this makes sense. They even need to move if they're in melee. Don't worry about the details, but yeah, that's a good point. If they're really, really close, they probably just want to move straight at them. Looks pretty natural. Yeah, they're still doing the line of sight check. So the way the states work, I'll give you a brief explanation. They have idle, which is when they are just white, like this. When they're idle, they have a pretty big line of sight multiplier. And if they have line of sight with you, they go into the yellow state, like alert. And then they'll decide if they want to shoot you or move to you. it's weighted towards the distance, so if they're really far, they're more likely to move than shoot, but not guaranteed. They could shoot at you from a while away. But they're likely to move towards you. You're not using A-star properly, are you? Yeah, we're running into a problem where the mouse is too big to fit through the gap. So if we make him smaller, he should path properly here. We can resolve that in a moment. If they lose line of sight, it counts up for about half a second or a second or so. And you'll see this red line is when they've lost line of sight. They'll switch between states if they lose line of sight. So if they're shooting you, they'll go to moving. And if they're moving, they'll go to idle. And eventually when they're idle, they just randomly move. Super basic. This was like a 2-second implementation. They just pick a random direction and go there. They hold the stick for like a second. Nothing fancy, but for like this sort of game, it does the job for now. We can obviously come up with better idle movements, like they move around and they, I don't know, sit, go to sleep. I don't know, but just the random movement's enough to look fine. Right? Does the job for now. And as a result of them randomly moving, they'll just sometimes find you. Like that guy there, he's just moving randomly. This mouse, there's a chance he'll just happen to run into line of sight, which is, I think from a gameplay perspective, pretty fun. And you can see, by the way, sorry, I was incorrect earlier. They actually have a pretty small line of sight when they are idle. You can see that this one here, his line isn't being drawn to me yet until I'm much closer. When they're aggro on you, they have a much wider, or a much longer line of sight. That's how I should say it. So when they're idle, they're less likely to see you. When they already know about you, they'll track you for further, and that prevents you being able to just sort of jump in and out of their field of view. We could add a bit of fuzzy logic in there. We can adjust the field of view every now and then, up and down, or make the check a bit random. But for now, it does a pretty good job of making it so like you can sneak up on them, but once they found you, they'll track you down for a while. Now we've got this A-star thing in place. I'm gonna try. They hunt harder once they're in. You probably want a little delay before they forget. There is a delay. Yeah. So that's what I meant. We can adjust the delay now. They have thinking time. They have their thinking time. Time to lose line of sight is what we call it. And you'll never guess what that does. I think it's even stored in the enemy thing. Enemy JSON. Is it? Maybe not. I should extract that. So currently they have a thought every 0.15 seconds. And that thought is when they decide if they want to switch states or not. Yeah, run to the last place they saw you is a really good one. These are things we can do to improve the AI, where they know you ran behind a wall, but they don't know where you are on the other side of the wall. But the last place they saw you was just before you went to the wall, so they'll try and go there. I should throw, so at least I won't have to read invalid memory. Whenever you try to learn coding through documentation, you have a hard time understanding the terminology. You just gotta Google it until you learn it, I'm afraid. Terminology is just some arbitrary stuff, but we do use it in a lot of places. The more you use it, the more you learn it, right? What am I gonna say? I wanted to adjust the time until lose line of sight. This is it. Sorry. Turn off this. So currently it's 1 second. Could set this to 5 seconds, for example. And also, I'm going to go to the enemy JSON and set his collision radius to 0.4. I don't know. I don't remember what 1 is, I'll be honest. It was 0.8 before. We'll just halve it. Let's see. The enemy should be a little smaller now. You can see him really lining up with us. And you can see, because he's pathing to tiles, when he's really close, he stays still, because our tile and his tile are pretty close. I think that's what it's doing there. Close enough. Anyway, there's no walls in this level. Oh, sorry, we have an overlay you can't see. Let me enable that. We have an MGUI implementation. 1 is 1 tile, but keep in mind it's the radius and not the diameter. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. So anyway, I can turn on the Enemy hitboxes. Where was that? This one. This is his hitbox. It's nice, isn't it? Is that 5 seconds to lose line of sight? Doesn't feel like 5 seconds. Okay, something's wrong there. He is pathing around the wall, and it doesn't feel too slow. Like right now, we're doing that really stupid thing, right? Where we are redrawing the path like every second. I guess it's not doing it if they're not in line of sight, right? Something's broken, yeah. Oh, I should say, you see here, this green, you can't really see, there's a green line between us. He still has line of sight with us, even though I don't really think he should. And I think that's just because the painter's algorithm is broken here. I think it's drawing a line to us, but it's like skipping over this somehow. Yeah, he's losing interest way too quickly. Something's wrong here, hang on. So if it's 0, we set it to 5. Oh, it's, if they still have line of sight, it gets zeroed out. No, I mean, that's not the problem here, is it? Add a render to the painter's algorithm. Yeah, I just couldn't be asked. I should. Let me think for a second. It's possible that the way we're using this is incorrect. Currently, we're just always moving to the player. If they're alerted, move to the player. If they're moving to target, move to the player. Moving to target. Oh, if they're alerted, I would like you to use A star as well, please. Oh no, wait, you're not. Hang on. Maybe this is a bug. Oh, right now he when he sees you, he only moves to you after like another thought. That's okay actually. This means he's alerted. He's had his thought, and then he decides to move to target, and it takes another thought. I think that delay is okay. In this case. Moving to target, thought is around a percentage, not using it, obviously. Shooting target doesn't exist. Hang on, what is going wrong then? Maybe it's because he's constantly switching back to moving to target. No, that's not it. I commented out the thought code. I know. It doesn't check if. Wait, hang on. Do I know? If thought is... No, this is fine. I basically wanted to always move to target. That's correct. Remove the second parameter and countdown. This was just we just don't want it to shoot. The idea here was either we move to the target, or we shoot them, or just stay alerted. Rarely. Then this is fine. Move the second thing in countdown. Apparently, I'm just misusing his API. Remove the second parameter. What does that do? It's supposed to be 0. Oh, is it? Is it immediately removing 5 seconds from the countdown? So it's counting down immediately. Is that the idea? We're saying countdown, tick interval by this amount, and this amount is your max time. Let's see. I guess that's been broken forever. No wonder it felt so strange. Okay, he's not pathing properly. This isn't working. I suspect it's the diagonals that are getting in the way. What do you think? I think it's pathing around the diagonals. Yeah, he's finding his way to us. Excuse me. I feel like one of those dog walkers with like 50 dogs on leads, you know what I mean? I think he thinks the fastest path to me is through this diagonal, and that's why he's having trouble. If I go down, you can see he paths around the corner just fine. I wonder what he's thinking. Do I want to have to write something to draw the tiles he's checking? That seems annoying. I mean, maybe I could write something to change the tile. That'd be stupid. I'm wondering what's happening here. You'd think the fastest way would be around the corner like this. Is it possible he's doing like this one? Where's this one stuck? Or maybe this one's stuck because this one's stuck. But then why is this one stuck? This is weird. Maybe the target is here and it's not able to move there? Also, this 5 seconds is very long. Is this 5 seconds thing working? Yeah, something's off here. Whoops, wrong button. I think it's possible he's trying to move diagonally and he just can't. He can't draw around it. I think that's just going to be it, usually, right? Oh, it's slow. Oh my god, what happened? Oh dear, something is happening. What is that? Is that when I'm in the wall? Oh dear. Oh, something is wrong. Hang on. What could that be? Something about the player being near the wall. Does it... You know what? I am having a thought. Is it possible that the way that we're converting from the player's position to the world coordinates is incorrect? Maybe we are... Instead of getting... Right now, we're in like the middle of a tile, so I should expect the player's current tile to be here. Is it possible that it's actually off by like a bit? Or like it's pointing to like the corner of the tile, and sometimes it's rounding to one or the other. 5 seconds is long. Yeah, that's fine for now. Because you know how I was saying the painter's algorithm doesn't work sometimes against walls? But right now it's lagging if I go underneath a wall? I think it thinks the player is inside the block above it. Does that make sense? There's no lag when the bottoms of me are done. And then lag when the top of me is near something. You meant the line drawing algorithm. No, sorry, I was saying painter's algorithm. I meant the line drawing. Not drawing distant stuff first, or drawing the first thing to be rendered behind stuff. I meant the aliased line we're drawing. Oh, there's no bug here. Hang on. I think it's a rounding error or something. Because look, on this side of the map, this is... Where's my X and Y? My Y here is in positives, right? See this? And they're able to see me just fine. Like, if I stand on the edge of a wall, the line of sight is green where I expect it to be. This is just fine. If I go under the Y, if I go under 0, so it's still fine here. If I go under Y equals 0, it lags out. Okay? Please don't break my computer. Oh god. I have to kill this. I had a vibe about this, because when we were doing I've been saying it a lot, that the collision detection code, the collision detection code has been, sorry, the line of sight code, it seems weird to me that it can't draw a line when we're next to a wall. I don't know how to explain this better, but, you know, there's a wall, and here's the enemy, and here's the player. This is a direct line of sight, but then sometimes when I stand right next to the wall, I guess it was underneath the wall, he wouldn't see me. And that didn't make a lot of sense to me. Sorry, well, who's fucking texting me? It's the Apex boys. Okay, I'm just gonna quickly go to the bathroom again and grab some caffeine. I'll be right back. I'll be 2 minutes. Let's have a think about this. Whoa. How's it going? You'll probably want to walk towards path size -2 plus rather than the bottom left. Okay. Let's have a think. So, yes, currently this position... Is that the bottom left corner? Is that how we're doing this? Is this necessary, the bottom left? Should we be normalizing the positions when we come in here? Are we? Because right now we're not doing this in world stuff, are we? Oh, this is in world. You get me. Is this in world coordinates? I'd just like to see what the contents of path looks like, I suppose. Let's have a look. Capacity 1. Alright, fine. And maybe not now. Oh my god. Size is 22. What? Oh, that's the cost. That's all the potential paths. When you convert the integer IVEC2 that the pathfinding returns to the floating point, the decimal is just 0. So that's essentially the bottom left. Where am I converting? This is the IVEC2. And you return the IVEC2. It happens when you assign path.blah to target position. Yeah. Yeah. So here we just add. So this is essentially the bottom left because it's... Oh, sorry, I was misremembering. So in our system we have a tile that's... I can't have singing in my music. I'm gonna not be able to talk. It's gonna be singing again, isn't it? This is our tile. It's size 1 by 1. And if you're halfway in the tile, you are 0.5. By 0.5. And then when we're doing the IVEX stuff, we're doing our... Let me just lower the music a little bit. We're doing all our checks on full integer amounts. Maybe this could be neater. This surely isn't the negative y bug that we're seeing though, right? Okay, great. There's no breakpoint. Right. I mean, they stop rather soon. I'm kind of surprised. He's not on the same tile as me. Or is it just if it's next to, I guess? It just doesn't bother pathing. That's it. Because we only check if the path is at least 2. Or it's larger than 2. If there's only a distance of 1 square in between, they just stop, right? Yeah, we're not rounding. Yeah, look at this. If it's below 0, it would be on top implicitly. Could be placing it on top? What do you mean? Could be calling floor. Okay. When you convert from vec2 to ivec for the start position destination, you should do that rounding explicitly. Okay. Why is it different on negative numbers? Sorry. The default float to int is essentially truncation. I get that. Oh, it's C++. It's inverted, lower is higher. If you floor a negative, it would go up. Minus 12.5 floor becomes minus 12, right? Hang on a moment. Y is up in this engine. Yeah, that's worth knowing, by the way. Bottom left is 0, 0. Let's see. Player Y is negative. Okay, that did fix that. Maybe we aren't doing the same thing in the collision to other line of sight code, and that's what's causing the problem. You see here, like the red lines when I was underneath that wall, they definitely would have been able to see me. Look at this. This is red. This shouldn't be red, right? There's a wall of them on top of me, sure, but And look here, they can see you. My Y is minus 11 though. Oh, they just pushed me through a wall, dude. What the fuck? That needs to be fixed. I'm stuck. Oops. It's a bit too easily to be pushed through diagonals, huh? Get out of here, little guy. Well, that's a problem. I'm just stuck now. Push clipping. Yeah, it's push clipping. That doesn't look right. What the fuck? I think this is the edge of the world. Why does it do that? I'm just holding left. Oh, this is weird. When I walk left here against this wall, I keep looking left. When I move left against out of bounds, I guess this is the edge of the universe, right? This is an actual wall. Like this was a floor that was generated. The game generated a room here, and it's splattered like with a spray can. A little floor here and a little floor here. So these are all walls. That's why I can walk into them. This bit here is out of bounds. I didn't realize this. You can't move out of bounds in this game. I didn't realize I'd written that code. Anyway, just looks funny, I guess. Old Skyrim cheeses. Yeah, you have, I'm putting items on my enemies' heads. Hang on, let's just check. This music's so lovely. Can't hear it though, can you? Line of sight. Line of sight, line of sight, line of sight. Check line of sight. So currently, we pass in some float vex. And we ask the map to do a line collision. And here, absolute cinema. We're doing a oh, I wonder if there's other places we're doing this. Well, we're just doing an implicit conversion between float and int and not flooring. Hold on a moment. So if I go against a wall, you should be able to always see me. Hang on, maybe the painter's algorithm is just fine. Aha. The player's Y very much in the negative now. If I stand against this wall, you can still see me, right? Hang on, maybe this is fucking... Oh, don't put... They're pushing me through the wall. I'm getting bullied. I can't move. They're trying to push me out of the fucking bounds. Obviously, there's problems with that. Where's the fucking rats? There we go. So now, why is your pathfinding not taking you around here? Something's not working. You need to try to push them. You can push them. You can push them. I guess they just weigh a lot. Oh, actually, I think... Why are you not... You can normally push them just fine. You know what I think it is? I think it's when they found their destination. They become like rocks with the A-star thing. They seem to be impervious. When they found like a little tile to nest on, they really want to stay in the middle of that tile. So obviously if we change it now, so if you're in line of sight, they move towards you, that would fix that problem. So that's just fine. Why is this line of... the A-star just not working? Is it the diagonals? Because he definitely thinks he can just get through there. I mean, you should... There's no diagonal here, unless you're thinking that going to the right is faster. This one should definitely come around here. So do you think he's trying to move here, and his hitbox is stuck on the corner of this rock? Or this tree? I still think that his next target should be this. If I... Okay, this is just like a silly thing, but if I just make the corners more expensive, are they... You think they should just glide around? They should just glide around, yeah. If I make the diagonals more expensive... maybe that's too much, but are they more likely to actually find me? Yeah. I think he'll still get caught in a corner if I go... He actually hates diagonals now. It's way too expensive. Okay, this is working how I thought it was going to. So instead of making them super expensive, I think... Yeah, look, now they're pathing around just fine. But this one obviously still thinks that, like, it's done this cost analysis and is like, well, this diagonal is still cheaper than going all the way around, so that's why he isn't getting to me. Now, because the bullets come out at the end of your gun, I'm stuck here, because the enemy is directly on top of me. Alright, this all makes perfect sense. So, I think I want to keep diagonals in place, but I want to make it so that when they're checking diagonals, they also check the neighbors. And if there's at least one free neighbor, then the diagonal is okay. I think. How do I do that? I need to check the two squares. Yeah. In this case, he checked both of them, and then they'd mark this diagonal as a no, not okay. But if he was here, if the mice were at this square, and they wanted to go diagonally, they'd see here, there's a wall, can't do it. But they'd see here, there's no wall, it's fine. So we set the diagonals to be normal cost, but it has collision. So normally we just do it once. The neighbor is here. We need to do an additional check if it's a diagonal, right? So I'm just going to extract this and just say const auto neighbor as collision equals this. And I'm just going to maybe say, bear with me, please. Bear with me. If added cost is diagonal, because now we know it's a diagonal, pretty cheaper. We have to work out a way to navigate the diagonals. So if we're here for, I mean, we could organize them. I could make structures that just say these are the neighbors of these diagonals. I wish these were named. Simple, yeah. Here's a thought. Change it to structs. What if we just basically make a lookup table of all the directions and what directions need to be changed? So we have neighbor and like neighbor instead of pairs. Yeah, actually that's actually not a bad idea. That's a good idea, sorry. But then how do we know which direction to take? I guess if it's a struct, it would be the neighbor that you actually want to move to, the target. We want to move northeast. But you can also have an extra section, an extra pair, or whatever, of neighbors to check. And if either of those are valid, then the diagonal is also valid. I think that's okay. So instead of an STD pair, I'm going to make a struct called neighbor. We'll come up with a better name. The neighbor is going to have a IVEC2 called position. It's going to have a cost. And it's going to have a... Well, it's maximum 2. So it could be a vector. Or I prefer a pair, really. if diagonal, you check these other I-vec2s. Additional positions to check. You know, stupid name, but you read it and you're like, alright, fine. What do you think? Yeah, I was thinking about STD array, but I'm enforcing that there's only 2. Does STD array smarter? I basically just wanted to enforce there were 2. I mean, I could do an STD array I-vec2, yeah. I mean, potato, potato. So instead of standard pair, you're going to be a neighbor. Your dot position is this. Your dot cost is this. Oh, sorry. What's wrong? That's fine. Dot cost is this. Dot, and then, sorry. Comma's fine. And then for U4, your dot additional positions to check equals. And then you're probably all going to want an I-vec2 and an I-vec2. Oh, awful. Doesn't really matter. No, it doesn't really matter. That's all fun. All right, let's see. So, I might have to think for a moment. -1 and -1. You should also check what 0, -1, and -1 and 0. Is that correct? Direction vectors. I think that's correct, right? You want to check that way? You should also check there and there. And if it's -1 and 0, you want to check -1, 0, and 0. I think it's just this, right? You just replace one of it with a 0. So you do 1 and 0, or 0 and -1, and then you do 0, 1, and 1, 0. I think that's correct, right? Maybe you don't need this. Okay, it's a little messy, but I think it's by far the simplest way to do this, right? I don't know how I feel about this. You've made similar stuff for fixed gun spreads. Yeah. Okay. You could construct them in the loop and check if they are equal to offset. No. You could construct them in the loop by offset.x0 and y0 offset.y. That's true as well. This is readable. Donut. Because, I mean, it is... I mean, I just described the algorithm I use in my head to come up with these additional positions, which implies it is programmatic. I have already written it, though. Pre-configured as your preference. I'm assuming the compiler would it pre-compile the... would it optimize nicely if we had that... if we went with your solution, Donut? Because this is... I might not... I don't know what's faster. Okay, for now, let's not write new code. Let's use what we've written and just see. And if we're happy with it, we can smile. Right? Look at that. Look at this smart for loop. I don't know if it needs to be false or true. We basically want to move if either of them are free, right? And then we don't care. We don't need to check the other one, right? Or do we? That's it. I mean, we could break. Just check both and break early if one is free. Instead of false, I also want to, if this is empty, then this this is true. Is that right? Hang on. If you're empty, then it's true. There's nowhere to check because you're checking an orthogonal position. So either neighbor is free. And then this next for loop is skipped because it's empty. If it's not empty, then it's false. We don't know if they're free yet. We check them. And we return the moment that it's free. Right? That's okay to me. We don't need this. If neighbor has collision and either neighbor is free. Well, let's rename this. Additional position is free. A little annoying, like this isn't really used for non-diagonals, but I obviously want to check on position, not call it additional position even. This is getting confusing. Additional position. Oh. Yeah. We could also set, if these are both false, we could also set neighbor has collision to true. You know? Logically, it's the same thing. Standard array can't be empty. You need to discern if the two that are always there are valid or not. Oh, really? I'm constructing it as empty. Oh, it's an array, not a vector. Okay. Hang on a moment. That's simple. That's simple, donut. That's really simple. Instead of checking for empty, we simply check if added cost is equal to straight. Same thing, isn't it? So if we are doing a straight line, then positions are free. Same shit, right? Thank you, caffeine addiction. Right, let's see. Find a nice diagonal. This is not working. It seems a bit convoluted. Yeah, maybe. You should absolutely be pathing to me. So why aren't you? This looks like it's just not working to me. I wonder if it thinks it's on the other tile. Because it's flooring its position. It should be checking from like here, right? And it should be going like bam, 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 or like that, I guess. This just looks wrong, right? Like it should definitely be looking up here. Should we start writing something to draw the path? I kind of didn't want to. Yes, lol. It means we have to store the path somewhere and draw it. Are you sure you don't want to check if all of them are free? Oh, you think it's trying to move... Yeah. Let's just test it first, because it's quickest. This is starting to be a bit convoluted. Sorry. Let me refactor this. I want you to be a... God, I hate what I'm about to write, so forgive me. There'll be a better way to write this. Three additional spaces. That's fine. I'm gonna write it to be legible, okay? If added cost is straight, 3 additional spaces equals 2, whatever. Well, we'll come up with a nicer way to write this. But this is at least a bit more legible. I was going to do it in line, but it would start to be a bit confusing. We could also do or. We could do or cost is straight. Maybe that makes more sense. So that case we don't need this. And then we could even extract this to a function. Standard all of. How does standard all of work again? It just does this boolean pickup for you, does it? You don't need to check the edges if the baseline is straight though. Wait, they won't have edges. Oh, I guess it's 0, 0, isn't it? Hang on, actually, that's a good point. Sorry, I was still in the mindset that we didn't have anything in this array if it was straight, but that's completely correct. This is better. Yeah, that all of thing does look better. I like that. It's just a check all or something. There's something like that in Kotlin I used to use sometimes. You just iterate over the whole thing, and you validate that all of them are the same. That's fine. Ranges all up to avoid being... Oh, standard ranges is something I should use more of, right? I should get used to using this syntax. How does all of work? Do you just pass in the collection, maybe? And then your... predicate. I don't know. Do I need to include ranges? No. Does it compile anonymous functions cleanly? What do you mean? What's the syntax for standard ranges? Let me Google this. STD ranges all of. It still uses begin and end, doesn't it? v.begin, v.end, and then some predicate. You know what, I'm just gonna use regular standard all of. Oh, you don't like standard all of? Oh, this seems stupid to me. Surely the diagonal doesn't need both of them to be free. This seems really stupid. Fuck it. What we had before was fine. This is starting to look stupid. Let's not over optimize before we've even seen if it works. For loops are much simpler here. They always tell you to use range loops and for loops and ranges, but this was fine. This was fine. I think if one of them is free, it should. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. Probably misunderstanding. I guess if you... Hang on, let's find an example. If I was here, and the mouse was here, both of the neighbors of the diagonal, this one would block, this one wouldn't. I want it to path this way, but functionally, that's identical to it noticing that it just needs to go up and to the left. So I guess this whole either-or thing didn't make a lot of sense. Syntax isn't... I don't like it too much, yeah. Well, this shit's clearly not working. Why are you trying to path to me? Why are you trying to go through the diagonal? Clearly this is the way you get to me. You go like this. This is incorrect. Maybe I got my algorithm wrong. Hang on. So if we're a diagonal, for every additional position, we check if there's no collision on that other space. Maybe this is incorrect. Maybe the way that we're doing this has collision. No, this is incorrect. This is wrong. Sorry, this is wrong. Additional position right now is like, it's checking X and Y around like 0 and 1, right? We want to where are we doing the has collision thing? Neighbor is calculated from position plus step. So that's where I've gone wrong. It should be position plus this. Yeah. That's why I've gone wrong. I've got an offset of -1 and 1, and I'm checking at -1 and 1 X and Y instead of where they are -1, right? It should really be called step. It is step's the other one. Right, done it? Step's already being used for the normal step. Hey, look! Hang on, he got stuck for a second. Maybe it's just because I moved too quick and it recalculated. Position implies an absolute position. That's where the confusion came from. Hang on a moment. Let's look at that in a second. I just want to see if this works. You should get to me. Oh! Yeah, he turned around. Hang on. Have we done a programming? Look at this shit. Hang on. Oh man, the gun not coming out of the middle of the gun's kind of stupid. Maybe I should spawn the bullets, but not show them if they're right next to the player. He should be able to find his way to me. Oh, he's not quite. Hang on, he's gotten stuck. What's wrong? Too many diagonals for you, buddy? Or has he just gotten bored because it's been 5 seconds? Maybe he just got bored because it's been 5 seconds. Hang on, I'm gonna extend the time to lose a line of sight. Set this to 15 seconds. Okay. What were you suggesting? You said position is wrong. The naming. Additional position should be additional offset. Is that what you meant? Additional step, maybe, actually. Additional offsets to check. I think offset also implies... offset. Like, I read that and I think that's not absolute. Step should maybe be offset. Because when I read offset... when When I read offset, it means you have to do something with it. That position was fine. Do you disagree with what I'm saying? Additional positions. I think offset makes more sense than step, because offset implies that you have to have something else and you're offsetting it, whereas step is a bit it's still fine because you're taking one step at a time, but yeah. I hope you get what I mean. I don't guess it doesn't matter. Okay, the counter-based thing you have now doesn't do short-circuiting. Explain to me. Explain. The counter-based thing you're doing doesn't do short-circuiting. What do you mean? Right, he just fucking teleported. Watch these rats fucking exactly work out how to get to me. Look at them, they're so smart. Holy shit. If the first one is solid, you don't have to check the second one. I should fix this thing where he just sticks to you. You do break if you add counter. This is what I was doing earlier. This is what I was doing earlier. I thought that was the problem. Oh, we just discussed that, right? You're doing it inverted. If condition true, add and break. Sorry. Hey, Ava. It was on one free rather than one blocked. Oh. Oh. Hang on. Yeah. No, I get what you mean. I understand. I understand. I'm being dense. So I want to say, actually, hang on. What do I want to say? I want them to move if they're both free. Therefore, the moment they find a single block, I should break. Right? So I should say, like, can't move on diagonal. I don't know, give it a better name in a second, but false. Whatever, you get the idea. If there is a collision there, can't move on diagonal was true, break. That's it. Terrible name. Kind of hard to read, but I think this is the gist of it, right? I should reword this to... Well, actually, what I could do is I could change neighbor to neighbor has collision here. Instead of making this const, maybe this is getting stupid, but instead of having these extra checks like this, neighbor has collision is true. Right? Yeah, is blocked, I think would have been better. But in this case, we have, like, we're checking on a diagonal, so we're here, and we want to check this, and we're currently blocking. If this is blocked, then we are saying that this diagonal can't be taken, right? And that way we don't have that stupid syntax that I just wrote. Remember to move the block. Let me have a think. So, neighbor has collision equals... It does have a collision. So if it has a collision... Okay. And then I guess if it doesn't have a collision here, I mean, I can also avoid doing these diagonal checks by moving this in here. But then that's... this is looking really stupid. But you kind of get what I mean? Like, we're avoiding having to check, so you need 2 ifs. Yeah, this is really stupid, isn't it? Oh, but it's correct, but it's really stupid, right? Does the level change dynamically? Not right now, but it will. We're gonna have rocket launchers at some point. I was gonna say today, but it's 7 o'clock. I'm not eating lunch yet. Oops. Don't tell Kate. And. So less nesting. It'd be easier if the extra offsets were in the same array as the main offset. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Okay, is that cleaner? Because, yeah, I mean... we could... instead of position... we could have offsets to check, and the first element of offsets to check is where to move, and the other 2 are additionals. And then make this a vector. Or something. But then we're complicating our data to make our... really, it's like, do we want complicated data? Or do we want complicated algorithm? It's, you know? Because we have the solution, right? We're just working out how to make it neater. Yes. Keep it simple. Keep which one simple? The algorithm is simple. It's not complicated. Oh, sorry, I'm being dense again. They can combine this. And now it looks a little less stupid, because now the if statement is slightly different. Okay, this I don't mind. This I don't mind, because now the 2 ifs are slightly different. So, we first check to see if that step directly... double if. Oh, is that what you meant? Sorry, I thought you meant combining this one with this one. And I was like, I don't know how that would work. So we first check to see if where we're going actually has collision. If it's diagonal, we also want to check the additional offsets. And then if after all that it still has no collision, then we can move there. I think this is fine. I'm aware that we can modify our data further and fuck around with this, but I think this is legible enough and it's clear enough that further optimizations are not needed. Right? Man, look at this shit. Hang on, this... that's not right. They should fix it. They shouldn't be spawning inside the wall. If you read that, you would understand it with comments. That's basically the litmus test, right? I appreciate what you're writing, Donut, but I think I'm just going to leave it as is. Obviously, I mean, they sometimes can't find you just because there's enemies pushing them out of the way, right? Oh my god. Oh god. Something... Okay, so in this case, the A-star algorithm is failing because we're inside an inaccessible room. This is something we'll have to fix. I said it at the start. A-star, if there's no viable path, it will flood fill like the entire map until it fails. They moved on to where you are. It's possible. I think it's lagging right now because they can't find you. See if I unpause, they get screwed. Because the algorithm just doesn't... I don't know if it has like a max limit or what. A hard standing on that point. Yeah. Start at the player and move towards the enemies. That doesn't change that, though. If it changes in the... I guess, yeah, in the sense that if the player's in a small room, it's probably smaller than the room the enemies are in. Is that true? Because the enemies won't path to you if they haven't seen you, and if the enemies are in a tiny room, they won't have had line of sight. It's less likely to cause problems, let's say that. So, at this point, you have choices. You can add a maximum to the check. You can say that they won't check further than a certain amount. And I think that's what I'll go with for now because it's really easy. We can just say if they can't find you within 20 tiles, then there's no line of sight. Or whatever. But I think the nicest solution is to actually try and do a flood fill of at the level generation to flood fill all the rooms and give them a value. So just basically iterate over all the tiles and give them a flood fill, and if they aren't colored, give them a new flood fill with a new number. That way you have concepts of rooms separated by walls, and if the enemy... Is that what a nav mesh is? This is something I did when I did some cellular automata stuff to discover caves and drill walls between them. Anyway, I could draw this. It might make more sense. So with my cellular automata example, you generate a bunch of disparate caves like this, and you know this. Yeah, that's fun. No, that's not fun. Here we go. Why are you like this? You have your caves, and you tick across the top, and every time you see a floor, you flood fill it, and then you change your number up, and then you flood fill it, you change your number, you flood fill it, you change your number, flood fill it. And when wanting to do your pathfinding check, A, B, that green one is C, and then this is D. Make that a little bigger if you want, doesn't matter. You check, and if they're in different caves, then you don't bother, because there's no path. That's nice. And then every time you like blow up a wall with a rocket launcher or something, you can recalculate all the affected areas. So you can say, I've just blown up this area here. I've just generated a bunch of new floors, basically. So flood fill that floor. You know, and if it turns out that the rocket launcher actually blew a hole between these areas, like this, then you flood fill, and I think it should do this. And I like this, because I've done this before. Well, what do you think? What do you think? You could turn it from figuring out path to finding the nearest node to a player. This is octrees, basically. Nav mesh is pre-generated pathfinding that simplifies the logic. My understanding of nav meshes was like... if we had a map like this... I don't know. Something like that. You basically say, like... These are some sections. I'm sectoring the map up in some way. And there's a path between them like this. There's a path between them like this. You draw some nodes at some points. You don't draw paths between them. You generate like disparate points of interest somehow. Like this. That are always looking at each other. So you can always get between some nodes. So you actually walk between the nodes instead of two players. Nav mesh is what you're doing now, but you save the positions. Then you rewrite the enemy pathfinding logic to instead pi the path between tiles as nodes, and then you find the nearest node next to the AI to the player. Okay. And you can have the nodes a bit more zoomed out, I guess. If you have a distance limit, I don't think the worst case performance is that bad. Are you recalculating it from scratch every frame? Not every frame, every thought. So every thought is every 100th of a... Sorry, 10th of a second, 20th of a second or something. So it's expensive and dumb, but it's actually surprisingly performant for now, so I'm not worried about it. Obviously, the better thing to do is assume that if the player and the enemy are really far away, only recalculate it every second or two. Because, I mean, how different is the path really going to change? Could be quite a lot, But you want your enemies to be a little dumb, right? So it's kind of okay for them to go down an inefficient path for like a second or two. You know, if the player's doing this along a big wall, it's okay for the enemy to sort of lag behind. Add some optimization detail. We're trying to fix bugs first. If neighbor has collision equals distance to start line and line distance has collision neighbor. You ideally want to go down a couple of paths. Yeah, I mean, ideally, if you had a group of enemies, they'd actually pick a slightly less efficient path sometimes. So you can adjust your heuristic with a bit of RNG. Just scatter some noise into the heuristic, so it actually thinks the fastest path to the player is slightly inefficient. That's something I made up just now. They know. There's all sorts you can do with randomness to make things a bit stupid. Yeah, I will want a distance limit. I think a distance limit's always smart. Having any while loop in the first place is a frightening thought. You make the assumption that the entities only move so far in a thought, you can probably modify last thought's data instead of starting over. Yeah, that's true. I mean, if they're already moving towards a point, you could start off even with their last thought, you know? The path we're constructing in here, we could store this. Oh, actually, that would be smart, maybe. On enemy behavior, or to have a pathfinding component that stores this, and every frame, instead of clearing it, maybe you could keep a couple. Like, if they're of a certain length, the idea is the path is already quite long. So you can just keep the first couple, and saves you a little time. Maybe that's overthinking it. Saving all that data might be worth more trouble. Well, I was thinking saving the data would be really nice for drawing it. That's mostly it, for debugging purposes. At which point the cost is well worth it. You have more dynamic size of distance between nodes. You went up down 6 before checking again. That's the big thing. Yeah, debugging purposes is nice. Let's think. First of all, let me check. It's been 5 hours. You'd look into using a linear allocator instead. A linear allocator? Linear allocator? Don't know. What's that? I'm not going to Google it right now, just so I wanted to just crack on. If you have many entities all pathing towards the same goal, there might be a slight modification to the algo to let them share data. Yeah, I mean, you could, if enemies are on the same tile, even, that could be stored somewhere. Maybe even in the registry, you know? Maybe the registry could store known paths from position to position, each frame, and if that position's already been calculated that frame, we can just reuse it. Right? That doesn't sound too stupid. Because, we've already got this... We've got this start position and destination. If we could hash these together and store that somewhere as a known path, then that would at least save us on calculating when enemies literally have the same path. Which is not too uncommon, I think. Although it's copying all that data around now getting expensive. Probably not. What did you send me on Discord? I haven't checked. Was this a while ago? I don't want to look through our whole history right now. Copying data is pretty bad for performance. Is it worse than recalculating the A* thing every time? Okay, I'll read that later. At some point should think about how I want to eat dinner. Because I think I'll probably play Apex off stream with my friends. At some point. It'd be less accurate. You do it in a tiny radius. I mean, right now the tiles are 16 by 16 pixels, so if the enemies are literally on the same tile, they should be moving down the same path. Monotonic buffer resource, memory resource. Oh. This music's pretty hardcore for my slow thinking I'm doing. What's the value in this donut? It's just slightly more performant. It's certainly harder to read it at a glance, but that's just because I'm dumb. I haven't used this before. Oh, you still got my paint thing open. Okay. It uses a bit of stack memory instead of the heap. I do hate the heap. Maybe I should be predefining some of this. Nah. Yeah. I do hate heap fragmentation. It does feel gross to be emplacing and stuff. Whatever. We wobbing hard. We are. Let's maybe do that nav mesh thing. Is that going to be too difficult? The idea would be, I guess, tiles would have another piece of information on them. That is, room ID, I guess. You know, this thing. I control Z'd. Nav meshes are a huge rabbit hole. Well, I mean, like a really basic implementation. You save the data and do the generation instead. This really basic thing, just to make sure that you aren't bothering to pathfind when it's impossible. I think this is not too stupid. That's not a nav mesh, though. No, but it leads into nav meshes, right? So eventually, at this point, we're now designating areas of the map. This gives us the concept, at least, that we're painting areas, and then at some point we could use this information and start storing nodes on it for pathfinding. Oh, okay. Well, let me call this my cave thing that I called it before. Area mesh. Area mesh. Okay. I would like to do nav meshing stuff at some point. I find it cool. I just don't know much about it. Look, I've got level generator system. What data structure would you use? I was thinking of just making it so the tiles know which room they're in. After I've generated everything, so here, I'd have a function called, like, what did you call it? Area mesh. There's no mesh. Map? There's no mesh. There's no edges or nodes. Yeah, mesh feels very 3D. What would the 2D term be? I generate an area mesh. And in here, it'll have a better implementation in a second. I'm just scratching it out. It would just say, like, for every tile in the map, flood, if tile has area data, perform flood fill tile. And then the tile would know which room it's in. Call it nav area? Nav area? Yeah. You have meshes in 2D as well. I mean, I guess so. You can, I mean, you know, base, like, you have this sort of thing. Now volume. Volume seems nice because you pour water into a volume. Containers. Nav volume. Generate navigation volume. Nav area. I think maybe areas is makes it sound simple, which it is, right? Generate navigation areas. Nice and stupid. Just like me. Now, how do I actually want to do this? Let me think. Tiles map. So I was thinking that each tile would have that data, but do I even have the ability to store stuff like that? Oh heck. More like reachability partitioning. That does sound correct and fancy. I guess right now we're using this macro magic. That's not actually storing. That's storing like an objective piece of information. We're saying a brick is not collidable. Apparently, trees are collidable. This isn't like an instance thing. Maybe I could have a... It seems very wasteful to have a secondary... It's not a common term, no. It feels very wasteful to have a secondary set that's just an array of all fucking tiles in it. And whether or not they're in a particular area. Feels... stupid. I mean, it would generally be nice to be able to store more information on tiles, right? Add something to the existing tiles. The thing is, these... I mean, I could finally start using a struct of tile that has tile type and additional information as like a 1 byte or something, or something, I don't know. A small amount, a couple of bytes, 16 bytes, I don't know. I am really worried about the size of this just ballooning from making a small change. Because, I mean, obviously, right, I could just go struct tile and then just say it has a tile type, and then it has a, I don't know, uint 32t navigation area ID, and then just use that. But does this start... Everything will have a navigation area ID. How many navigation areas do I need? 32t is like 2 fucking billion, million, zillion, right? Maybe 16? But does this stuff get aligned somehow? What happens if we run out of numbers? I guess it's likely. You 8. Well, 256. No, I think we're because our level generation uses a lot of these like scatter shot things. So there'll be a bunch of areas that are just 1 or 2 pixels. And if you shoot like a rocket launcher into the wall and it generates a bunch of stuff, those will also be considered traversable rooms. So I think, you know, I mean, you know what we could do? We could just use U16, and when we're adding 1 to it, incrementing it, if we ever get close to the max, we just throw an abort, and then I'll look at that abort and say, oh, we hit the max, we should increase this to 32. Right? I think that's okay for now. And then we'll forget about it, ship the game, and people will wonder why it crashes. It's genius. God, I'm smart. Slash S? Alright. Chunk tiles, it just... Yeah, like it breaks a lot of stuff, because we've kind of assumed... Tiles. We've been assuming a lot of things. We've been assuming that tiles is always this. Where are you going to start the flood pills from? Top left, or we just iterate over? We just iterate over the map in whatever order it's in. So the map is drawn in some big way. However, our set is written. We have tile, we just pick something and then just iterate through everything, right? You have to iterate over every tile. I guess we could have a... It'll be very expensive. For every tile in the world that doesn't already have a color. Yeah. What we could do... Isn't the world infinite? No, the world's not infinite. The world isn't infinite. And also we're iterating over all floors. Over every floor, of which we have a finite amount. Finite amount of floors. What we could do is have a set, unordered set, and we fill that with every floor. And then as we're flood filling, we remove the floors from that set to prevent us from even having to check it later. Okay. So in level generator, somehow in here, we unordered std unordered set of floor whatever floors equals get all floors, however we want to do it. For every floor in floors, well, we don't need to do that check. We flood fill, and in our flood fill function, we floors should perhaps be passed in as a reference. All floors to check reference, floors reference, whatever, and the floor itself. Reference, whatever, who cares? We'll remove all floors dot check dot remove floor. And we will say floor dot level area, whatever we want to call it, nav area equals current nav area, flood fill floor dot all neighbors. There you go. We'll work out the actual algorithm in a second. Now, this means we are concurrently modifying this thing as we're iterating over it. So we might change this to while floors isn't empty. We do this. We have a current nav area equals 0. Flood fill plus plus. This will be a uint 16t or whatever. If current nav area is equal to max standard abort. This is my vibe. I've written it a little stupid because I've just spat out words. But the idea is we get all the floors in the level and we pop them in a set. And while there's stuff to look at, we flood fill from that tile. Flood fill will, I don't know if it's going to be recursive or how we're going to do it. Yeah, this will probably be stored in the map. I think this will be stored in the map because then later when we make our rocket launcher that blows stuff up, we'll need to get this number and add to it. So this will be a member variable. That's fine. We'll keep track of this outside. Yeah. Good thing that we're doing this before the rocket launcher stuff. I think it actually makes a lot of sense. Yeah. We flood fill. However we want to do that. If it's recursive or if it's just a for loop that calls itself. Maybe it has to be recursive. Writing a non-recursive flood fill function. I guess you can probably do it. Recursion's pretty bad though, right? Like it's memory heavy. Recursion is most likely. How bad is recursion in this language? Because We were taught it at uni, and then basically taught after that to not use it. It's dense because it just basically makes the stack really fucking big. Anyway, this is the pink bucket algorithm, right? I'm getting ahead of myself. This is what we will do. Let's come up with the data structure first. So we need to adjust it here. Gets too high, it can cause issues. Yeah. How's it feel? You're quite simple. It's fine with nav ID being 0. In fact, you actually can also just be defaulted, so that we don't need to do this. Right? Please stop me if I'm getting ahead of myself. Because I think there was a good reason that we chose to store tile type in this set instead of tile, and I'm worried that I'm making stuff really imperformant. So if you've got a better idea, just shout it out. Intuitively, this makes sense that the tile can have data on it, and if I were to make a Minecraft clone, I'm pretty sure your tile needs to have loads of data on it, like light mapping information and stuff. So maybe I'm just overthinking it. So return tile type, I'm going to return the tile. Set tile type. Anything we're looking for is floors. You can distribute all that data in different structures and it's time. It's fine. You're frying eggs, I can't hear you through the phone speaker. I'm refactoring my chunk system. Floors, by the way, Bucket, are simply a type of tile. There's no such thing as a floor. There's simply a tile type that doesn't have collision. Right? We don't differentiate between walls and floors in terms of tiles. That's why this. But also, this old system only allowed you to store data statically on that type. So tree always has collision true. You can't have a tree with has collision false. So now having to make this new structure called tile. And this was my concern, Mr. Egg Fryer. Let's see. I mean, I can just experiment, and if it's bad, we can always put it back, right? Default constructed tile. Tile structure I'm fine, just don't make it too big. Okay, so I'm correct in being worried about it, but I'm also correct in using it carefully and not storing, you know, bitmap images of a gigabyte per tile, for example. Oh, I just realized I've got my paint on screen. You haven't been able to see what I've been typing. You guys gotta say something. Am I not already doing set tile? Well, hang on. Wait. I guess it's fine. They just need to be tiny. Yeah. So, I mean, we can look at this. I think 16T is small. You know? Bring back paint. Yeah. Hey? C-math. Yeah? Alright. Did something change? What happened? What's C-math? This is fine. This is less than what most people do for tile types. Okay. Math.h is for C, C math is for C++. I can't believe I was doing maths wrong. I mean, I can believe it. What's wrong, little guy? Static is redundant here. That's correct. But I also might move you, so... Whatever. Your thoughts are not working. Yeah. Alright, good. Things are breaking. Set tile. Set tile. Type. I like to, when I'm doing like a big refactor of what a function does internally, I like just renaming it instead of refactoring it, so I can see where it breaks, and I can like identify if I actually need to modify the logic a little bit. In this case, this is all fine. Thoughts are not working, brother. Tell me about it. Hell yeah. Map staging buffer. What were you used for? Oh, this is for rendering. Oh, that's okay. If we were to have more information here for the rendering system, we could pass it in. So if like a tree wants to be transparent because you could walk through it, pop that in there. Alright. Man, I'm really enjoying this programming thing. What about you guys? Okay. Things are still working. If I hit F5, nothing should be different. Indeed, the game still works. What's the game's name? It's currently called Woho, but I need to come up with a better name because that's not descriptive of anything. And this game hasn't been a Toho clone for like a year or two now. Look at them go. They're pathfinding like crazy. Yeah, the type's nice for rendering. Like if we wanted a block to be on fire, could assign a component with that transform, or we could give the tile type status effect. I don't fucking know. Oh. If you want a tile to be breakable, like Minecraft style, you could have like a counter on it. I don't know. Maybe you'd also just store that on the player or something. Tiles breaking. It could be smaller than giving every tile a breakage count. You just keep a list of the ones that have been broken or are in the progress of breaking. I'm getting ahead of myself. That's irrelevant. I'm not doing that right now. What stage are you on right now? I'm on the development stage. I don't know. Today we've you can put HP. I could use health and reduce health every frame or whatever. We're implementing today. We've been implementing pathfinding. We got this A* thing working. It's not perfect yet, but they can navigate around corners okay. But something's broken now, so they've become very tough to move. They really want to be in the middle of that tile, so we need to bring back the ability for them to just line of sight at you if they see you. That'll fix that. They also disabled their ability to shoot, so we can bring that back. But you can see sometimes they'll push you through a wall because of their solidity. I should fix that as well. We were working today. We're not gonna have the time, but we were going to start working on rocket launchers and stuff. But we're basically working towards that by making it so the collision detection code works even if you're in an area that's inaccessible, because right now it searches infinitely, and if you're in like a different area like this, it'll never find you, so it lags out. So implementing a way to flood fill every area like this, so you can mark areas as intraversible. That's all. That's what we're doing. How are you, Akura? Very Yu-Gi-Oh. Generate, there we go, yeah. So, we need to work out how to get floors. Well, this is handy. We've got a set of all our floor car coordinates. That sure is handy. Let's pass that in. Our walls. That sure is convenient. In fact, we're already doing a fill on floors with this generate walls function. Hang on a moment. Flood fill. Because the way we do walls, by the way, is we go over all the floors and we check around them if there's empty space. And if there's empty space, we pop a wall there. So if I just nab this and just keep this here for my own personal reference, we're probably going to want to pass in this stuff. Generate navigation areas. You're going to want a map. You're probably going to want floor tile coordinates. Can't just do the nav alongside that then. Maybe? Because I guess you're just... So the way I was going to do it was to check if the neighbor is collidable or not. But I guess that's what we're doing here. Well, hang on. Maybe we can do them. Hang on. Well, okay. What I was going to say was the second loop was only going to iterate over sections that don't have a nav area yet. But if we're already iterating over all the floors anyway, then maybe we can? No, I mean, I think it might be a bit complicated because I don't necessarily know the way that it's checking over all the floors when it's doing the walls. I suspect it's like this. I don't know. It's not currently planned. You could search for all your brothers around the area nearby, and then if there's no wall in between, you know, just take his nav mesh. Like as you're going over it, check your neighbors. If they have a navigation, if a single one of them has a navigation thing, then set yours to his. That would do it. Otherwise, no. I'm gonna do it twice. I think that's fine. It was a worthy thought, though. I'm sure there's a way to do it. What is a floor? We already have this, so I'm just going to reuse this data structure. I want to make a copy of it, though. I don't want to reference. Floors to check equals... How do I... do I maybe just construct it like this? I don't want you to be const. I basically want to construct a copy of the floor tile coordinates with the floor tile coordinates data. Can you... Is it just angry because I'm not using it? Like if I... Okay, it's just angry because I'm not using it. Okay. That's fine. So while floors to check or empty, current nav area, I'll just pop it in static for now. That's fine. We'll move this to the header in a second. This is fine. Paint covering screen. Thanks for pointing out. I'm just writing this generate navigation areas thing. We've got an unordered set here called floors to check, where we're copying. So we're creating a copy of all the floors, tiles, coordinates. So not the tiles themselves, just the coordinates of where the floors are. We're then going to perform a flood fill on how we're going to iterate. That's a problem. I guess it would be floors to check dot first end. It's an unordered set. I just need something. I don't care which one it picks. Now say I'll pass in a reference to floors to check. So you're going to be a IVEC2 floor, and you're going to be an unordered set reference, much like this. This might start to get a bit stupid. I could also return what stuff to delete. So in here we're going to flood fill. I'm not going to bother with this thing right now. I'll move you up here so you don't complain. Obviously this isn't what we're going to do eventually. End is an invalid pause, but you can use begin. Begin. Put that back. This doesn't need to compile right now, I just need to think. Do you have a link or something about the game you're making so I don't have to be the billionth person to ask you? I really appreciate you saying that, because people do ask. There's no link. We're making a 2D top-down roguelite shooter where you shoot stuff and get guns and level up and get upgrades and usual fancy stuff. We're currently working on... We've been working on Pathfinding today, and we implemented A star. But we've run into the problem, obviously, where A star can't discern if you're in an unreachable area, so we are painting the map with desperate rooms so it knows not to bother pathfinding to you if you're in a separate room. A-1 could work in theory, but it assumes it has bidirectional indirect, right? So begin is fine. I think begin is fine. So just scratching something out. Let's see. Right then. I hope you can hear me over this dance music. I guess I should reset this. Let me know if it's too loud, that's all. Jump it. Alright. Not my usual music, I'll be honest, but keeps me working, I guess. You're back to front. So I want you to pass in the coordinates and the actual floor I want you to look at. Here we're going to have to set via the map. We're going to have to set its area. So maybe we want to pass in some way to do that. Map.set tile type. We can reuse that, I think. Nat.set nav area. Floor. Current nav area. You want to pass in the map as well. And you're going to need a function called set map area, nav area. Tile type. Alright, now it's making sense for instead of you setting set tile, it will be set tile. Just set tile. Now you make a little bit more sense. And then we can just use the same function. Jump it. When it stops recursing, you essentially have a new nav area, yeah? Yeah. That's the idea. We just keep going until it's run out of places to check. I need to think out the actual algorithm, so obviously this is gonna not work right now. Level generator, set tile type, set Now, because I know the order my level generates in, it's kind of okay to override the nav mesh in here. Is what this is doing. As we're generating the floor, we're going to reset its nav mesh. Fine for now, but if we want to reuse this set tile function somewhere, we'll have to keep that in mind to keep the nav mesh, or I guess we're regenerating it anyway. What's wrong? Pause to check. Is this too many arguments? Oh, I just need to build. Oh, I need to put the map in the header. Like that. Okay. Let's see. Map.set tile. So at this point, I actually don't want to override something. So I am now going to do something. So ideally, I don't want to overwrite the tiles tile type. Yeah. Maybe just having two functions is fine. Get tile, set area, set area, set tile. Yeah, I mean I could also just get tile. It's like, do I want to have a function where I get the tile and then I construct a new tile with that information and adjust it and then set that back? Or do I just want to have two functions to set that thing or that thing? But then those two functions actually need to be in the map and the chunk. And then also every time I add a new thing to tile, I'll need to do that again. So do I have a get tile function already? I do have get tile. Yeah, update tile might make sense. I was just gonna say tile equals map.get tile floor 0. And then we'll just say this. But this is maybe unnecessarily doing stuff, right? This is creating a whole new object instead of updating it directly. So maybe update tile is better. Oh no, yeah, no, it is. Hang on. How does this work? Right now we're doing set tile. We are creating a temporary object here. Add. We're calling that in here. We're passing that in. Fine. And then here we're saying this tile is that. That might be a lot of unnecessary work. In C++, is there a difference between this and this? Because here you are assigning whatever is there to this, and here you are assigning whatever's there as member variables to these. Aside from the double lookup, no. Okay. So this is fine. This is already update tile then, right? This is update. Callback. I guess it could return a reference to the tile in update tile, and you can modify that reference. Let you read values in the same go. Interesting. Is hang on. How do you remove? Empty? Clear? Yeah. Erase? No, that's not it. Oh, that might work. You can make get tile, return a reference, and work on that. I don't know how that would work in this case that there's no tile. So it would have to be a reference wrapper, I guess. An optional reference wrapper. Which I'm not super against. Maybe scratch that. Let's think for a moment. Is what we've got here so bad? Let me just think for just a moment. I think this isn't quite correct. Now, at this point, we're doing concurrent modification, but you kind of get what I'm moving towards. So, flood fill immediately at this position sets that tile at this position right now to the current nav area and removes it from the floor tile coordinates set. Then, for all of its neighbors, it calls the same function on it. My concern is that we are then modifying this as we're... Maybe it's okay? Because we're checking if it contains. If it's not in there, then it's okay. Maybe this is okay? Oz. If you're iterating the set, that's a problem, but since you're just looking up keys, it should be fine. That was my thought as well, because I'm using this while loop here. Once it's checked all of his neighbors... I really need a way to break out of this loop if the neighbors don't have any positions. Maybe that's already doing that implicitly. Is this checking diagonals? Because I don't need you to check diagonals. That's kind of the point. This is diagonals, so we can immediately make this a little neater. I think this is okay. There is a lot of unnecessary lookups, and yeah, it is also a load time thing. What's wrong? Maybe a const ref here is not okay. I don't like the auto-tune in this song. Hang on, let me build. Who's bot-botting me? Hang on, I think I'm... What type are you? Oh, you're an iterator. You need to dereference begin. That's not it. Maybe in here? This is the dereference syntax, right? Is a star? Oh, okay. This is fine. That explains things. Set tile type. Set tile. It's okay. I'm kind of hungry. Maybe I should have eaten food today. I had a pretty big lunch. I said earlier I went to like a nice cafe and I had like a nice egg on toast. And a bit of crumble. That's all I've eaten today. So you want a map and the floor tile coordinates. Easy enough. Now what? Does this just work? Is that it? Let's double check. So after we finish generating all our walls, we pass in a reference to our floors, and we copy that into floors to check. This is our new set. We then throw away, like we don't care about the main thing anymore. That could even be cleared from memory. I don't care. Current nav area becomes 0, just in case this runs again. Like we generate a new level without restarting. This is unsafe currently. Let's see. While it's not empty, since you pass floor by reference, you're reading further ahead than me. While there's a floor to check, we get the begin. So this should exist, right? Erase from the set that it comes from. We perform a flood fill on the map and then increment. In here, we're passing in a reference. And then erase it. At which point, floor afterwards doesn't exist. I could erase it at the end, but then it means his node base, you wouldn't count it. Hang on a minute. If I erase it afterwards, it means that the neighbors thing will check. Pass by value. I think value's fine here. Yeah. I was going to say, we want to remove it before we perform the recursive check, because I don't want it to check the tile that's already checked, right? Whereas this should be okay, I guess. If it's a copy, which is fine in this case, because it's just like a coordinate, then we're using it as data. And we don't care, like the floor here doesn't care if it's not in this coordinate list. It only cares here. That might be it. That might be it. You could explicitly make sure that floor is copied by dereferencing the iterator as you create the variable. Dereferencing the iterator as you create the variable. Here? How do I do that? Is it just this? There was a nicer syntax for this though, right? Standard view? No. What was this? Unique pointer? Anyway, you don't need the parentheses. Really? Didn't I do this earlier and it didn't compile? Oh no. I guess it was just PlangD fucking with me again. Alright. Alright, the game didn't crash. Nothing's changed. That's a good thing. Oh, actually, what I'm going to do is just come in here and just put a breakpoint in here. I just want to double check. Got a breakpoint. We've got a big map. If I have a look at our map and just look at some random tiles, we should see different nav areas. We've got nav area 0. Let's scroll through. Navigation area ID is way bigger. Mostly zeros. 0 is what I should expect most of them to have, because that's where the Roomba's going. Mostly zeros. This is looking viable to me. Can you see? Well, the game's... Yeah, you can see. Are there really 200 plus areas? It's very likely. Remember, the game uses this, like, MS Paint... Oh my god. It uses this MS Paint spray tool, so we get a bunch of little rooms like this. It's exactly what I was talking about. See? This is why I wanted to use a UINT 16T and not a UINT 8T. All of these little pockets are technically individual rooms if it's worked properly. And if we were to use a rocket launcher and it were to blow up the wall and blow up like, extra rooms, then it would generate even more. Anyway, quite easily, what I'm going to do in the enemy system is star, find path with star. We should be able to check if they are in entirely different rooms. And I should have a function for that. So something like no discard ball are traversable. Is traversable possible? Can traverse. Like path exists. Maybe. And you pass in a start position and a destination. And we're going to do and a map. And we're going to do, stop doing this, for fuck's sake. Return map dot get tile, start position 0 dot that's it. I mean, I could split this up, but I think this is pretty obvious, right? I think that this doesn't need to necessarily be split up into start nav ID and destination nav ID. I think this is fine. I think. So all I can say is, I can also move that into my line of sight, right? Check line of sight. If path exists, we just check if there's even a path. It doesn't matter which order you put them in. Am I stupid? What's the default tiles area ID? It might conflict with the first one. 0. So maybe I start it on by 1. I just start it on 1, or I redefine it to -1. It doesn't. Probably should use a. No, I'm using UINT, so yeah, starting with 0 is fine. Path doesn't exist. Return false. It's a pretty lightweight thing. Oh, map. So line of sight. If they're in different areas, don't need to do all this nonsense. This is messy. I agree. Yeah, I hate this. Fix this. Move to target entity. So this isn't a line of sight check, because it's okay to path towards something you can't see. I'm going to say if there's no path between target transform dot position and transform dot. Thank you for letting me move between Vec 2 and Vec 3 so easily. It's gonna fucking suck when we introduce the Z coordinate, but we might just normalize stuff to 0 for that. If there's no path, then well, we can do it the other way. Like this. Don't forget to floor. Do we need to floor? Yes. Yeah, good point. Yeah, that was... Is there a way to avoid that? Disable, like force you to pass it in. Don't let you pass in something that can be turned into it. Cast. Don't let you pass in something that could be cast. They force you to pass in exactly that type, like with curly braces. Is there a way to say this function has to take this exact type? There's no intrinsic conversion. Good catch, by the way. I would have completely missed that. What we need to do now is set the player speed to something stupid and go through a wall. Let's see. They're pathing just fine. They're pretty happy. We never added that maximum check, huh? Maybe we should still do that. They're pretty happy. There's enough of them. They might be able to push me through a wall. Let's see. Try it. There's not quite enough of them. Hang on, let's try again. Oh, my thing isn't working. Let's add no clip. Maybe. I don't know how many of them it takes to go through a wall. Hang on. I'm kind of annoyed that imGUI doesn't... It just stays collapsed. I don't want it to stay collapsed like that. I just want it to become small. Like, when I hit this up button, I just want it to flatten. It doesn't have to, like, disappear from the world. Let's get a few mice on us. Let's set our movement speed to 100. Oh, okay, now I've caused problems because I'm in the nether realm and I'm not meant to be here. Okay, the game's not designed for me to be in the nether realm. Interesting. Maybe it's time to add no clip. What is it? Physics engine. Physics system. I'm gonna do something pretty stupid here. If I could add a no clip component. Now I'm just gonna add the player component and just say the player doesn't collide with walls. I think that's right. So if the entity doesn't have a component system, don't bother calculating collisions. Yeah, look, no clip. I'm collecting a horde of mice. Interesting. No, even though the walls probably have, like, area 0, they don't seem to mind. After 15 seconds, they're going to lose interest. My balloons. I feel pretty smart when, like, something I've written just works. You know what I mean? So hang on, you can totally walk off the edge of the world. Why before didn't it let me? Isn't that, like, really satisfying? I just wrote something. Oh, it's lagging because technically we are in the same area, but we're really far. But look, they're still able to navigate. Look at this. But they're in, look, because they all take the exact same path, they're lining up. We need to do something about that. Maybe when they're defining positions, I just need to offset it by a little bit. That should help. Man. Isn't this really cool? Yeah, you can see it lagging out because of the maximum distance thing. It's actually a really good check, like a test. If we optimized it enough that they were like reusing the same path, for example, you would see no lag spike there, I think. It's only because they know there's a path because these are the same room. But they just take a bit longer to calculate it. And then the moment we're on a wall, they're like, oh, well, there's no path. And then give them 15 seconds, they'll give up. I should set the idle timer back to something. This is a pretty sick thumbnail, by the way. I'm going to add a no-clip component. I think that seems kind of useful. Suppose what I could do is, if this is what you were talking about before, where like if they lose line of sight of you, they should just move to the most recent position they found you. Because really, in this case, they should be walking up to the rock I'm on, because that was where they last saw me, right? But it's like 8 o'clock and I haven't eaten dinner yet, and I'm quite hungry, so maybe I leave that for next time. If I'm lucky, I might even have a short bit of time to play Apex. I think this is a good time to end it, right? It's been 6 fucking hours. I've just done a work day. Part of it. I didn't take a lunch break, so 7 hours. I think that's a good time to end. What do you guys think? We only did one of the things on our list, which was the pathing, but we ended up generating a bunch of new problems. We fixed the painter's algorithm thing, or whatever we were calling it, I think. Where you were like up against a wall and it wouldn't see you. We've added A star and we fucked around with it. They seem, you know, and they won't look for you if you're in the wrong area. We added this navigation areas thing. I think it's pretty smart. Man, that's cool. Alright, let's write some to-dos. To-do. I was writing them before. Done that. Okay, to-do. Here we go. We've added in A star. Do. A star, add maximum distance check. Add no clip component. Look in physics system. Re-add enemy shooting. Make enemies path straight at you if you're in line of sight. Store most recent viewed position of target. So if you leave line of sight / nav area, they try to hunt that position down. What else? Oh, add a little randomness to the way enemies move along their paths, so they don't get stuck when pathing towards you. Check why enemies using a star seem to become solid blocks. I suspect it's because they're really magnetized to the middle of that tile. Adding a little fuzziness should help. Buzzing every frame might cause them to never move towards you. Maybe fuzzing perpendicularly could help with that. Alternatively, giving each enemy a fuzziness at construction and using that every time could work too. I think this is a good set of stuff. Yeah, so we successfully knocked one thing off my to-do list and didn't touch anything else. So good suggestion, Small, if you're still there, to do A-star pathing today. It took us 6 hours, and we didn't do anything else. Alright, anyway. The distant future... make enemies reuse similar paths. Okay. Maybe path towards enemy if there's a big crowd. Make one the leader or something. That's pretty common, right? Like you make one of the enemies do the actual long pathing towards the player, and you make the other enemies path around that leader. And if you kill the leader, you just make one of the other enemies in the cloud a leader. And that way, the really expensive collision pathing check towards the player is only done once, and everyone else is just looking towards the enemy that's right next to them. Maybe moving in his direction, like maybe the enemy stores his path and they run along that path towards the enemy leader, whatever. There's ways to do it. Anyway, oh god, that's been a quality 6.5 hours of work. I hope you guys liked it. I'll be back later. We're playing a golf game with my friends this evening, so we can step in and watch that if you want. I'm gonna go take a break, eat dinner, maybe play Apex for a little bit, but distant evening, like 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock, so in like a couple of hours we'll play that golf game, the one where you hit your friends. They've added a big update. Take a break, bro. Good work. Thank you, Vibe? I don't know. Thank you. See you, Manus. Good night, guys. See you later. Bye-bye.